This is the Discover Card Countdown to Green as we get ready to go racing.
The Homestead-Miami Speedway in South Florida, the site of the final race of the 2004 NASCAR Nextel Cup season. The race that will determine the new series champion. Never has the sport seen a day like this. The closest championship race in series history. Today, 5 drivers have a chance to make a lifelong dream come true. But when the checkered flag waves, only one of them will have earned the title of champion. Champion, one that is clearly superior. A warrior, one that wins first place in a competition. Second, coming next, after the first, inferior to another. Pressure, the burden of mental or physical distress. Today, someone will solve racing's most difficult challenge, overcoming the pressure to win and leave everyone else battling for second. Opportunity, a favorite or suitable occasion or time. 5 men have reached the season finale with the opportunity to grab racing's most recognized and rewarding championship. An opportunity that may never come again. Today, close does not count. For one more time, one more race, for just 400 miles, you must have the speed to lead. It's not just the points. It's about having the heart and the soul of a champion. After 35 races, the Nextel Cup Series charges into Homestead, where pressure collides with opportunity. 5 teams, 1 champion. Second is not an option. Some sports have a title game. This is no game. And if it all works out, there'll never be any doubt that the pleasure was worth all the pain. NBC Sports presents the NASCAR Nextel Cup Championship. Live from Homestead, Florida, it's the Ford 400. Race fans have been here all weekend and started filing into the track early this morning. This is their Super Bowl, their Game 7 of the World Series. They have come colorized from cap to toe. Drivers dream of winning a championship. Fans dream of being there to see it. Today, both have brought their hearts and their hope to Homestead. Hi everybody, our NBC race family on our way to the Keys to catch the sunset. Thought we'd stop in for the race. Welcome to South Florida, I'm Bill Weber. In 2004, NASCAR made a dramatic change to the point system. After the first 26 races, the top 10 drivers in the standings were placed in a 10-race chase for the Cup. This is race number 10. 5 drivers are still eligible. It is the closest championship race in the 56-year history of NASCAR. It will be decided here today. Take a look at the standings and the starting positions. Kurt Busch was the last car in qualifying on Friday. He took the pole. Jimmie Johnson starts 39th, the worst starting position in his 111 career races. Jeff Gordon 3rd in the standings, 5th on the grid. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Mark Martin need a win and some help today. Maximum point gain possible in one race, 156. The math eliminates the other 5 drivers. This season began with the Daytona 500 on February 15th. That was 9 months ago. For the 5 championship contenders, waiting for this race to begin today probably felt like 9 years. Just a little over an hour ago, they made their way to the drivers' meeting, getting ready for today's race. Kurt Busch with that 18-point lead, just 26 years old. Looking for his first championship, trying to bring another one to his car owner, Jack Roush. Jimmie Johnson listens to special music before the race to get him pumped up. You can see the headphones in his ears. There's Jeff Gordon looking for his 5th championship, trying to bring a special championship to his car owner, Rick Hendrick, headed to the drivers' meeting with NASCAR President Mike Helton. And of course, Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking for his first championship, and so is 45-year-old Mark Martin. President Helton laid down the rule at the drivers' meeting today. Race hard, race with respect.
We have run 35 races. You have amassed statistics and standings based on 35 races, and today will conclude the season. Please don't let something that's unnecessary alter the change of your position in the points or in the race.
When the 10-race chase for the Cup began at New Hampshire in September, Gordon was first, Johnson second, Earnhardt third, Busch was seventh, and Martin was eighth. One of those 5 drivers will take home the Cup this afternoon. Each of them can look back at the first 9 races in the chase and say, that's the one that got it for us, or that's the one where we let it get away. When Kurt Busch won at New Hampshire in the first race of the chase for the Cup, he sent a message to the rest of the competition that his was the team to beat. Ryan Newman won at Dover and Dale Earnhardt Jr. celebrated at Talladega. But Busch finished 5th in both races and has led the championship standings ever since. The chase has been a blend of passion and performance, teams thundering across a 10-race tightrope with no net.
Turn 1 and 2. Greg Biffle, Jeremy Mayfield. Oh, who's that? Tony Stewart.
For some, delight quickly turned into disappointment and hope into heartbreak.
I guess the 31-16 has something going on there. I don't know why they settle stuff on the racetrack. I guess they're too scared to settle it outside the racetrack, but this is a shame for us. You know, we hadn't been caught up in their mess and just a bad day for us.
And that look out! Oh, man. No! He just lost control and slid into the tire barriers.
Fill a list of the dumbest thing you ever did in a race car, I'd definitely top that.
Oh, we got a car sideways in the trail. The checker is out and somebody upside down. Elliott Sadler.
Again. Jimmy Johnson won 3 straight races at Charlotte, Martinsville, and Atlanta to blast from 9th in the chase to 2nd. But while Johnson was winning races, his fellow championship challengers were losing their patience.
It'd be hard for me to believe that some of these guys could pass a driver's test. I can't believe they got driver's license.
The chase charged into Arizona with the top 5 drivers less than 100 points apart and just 3 races remaining. Busch was still the championship leader, but this was one of his most frustrating days.
Squirting gas right into the carburetor. He stalls it again on pit road. Now he fires it, stalls it again. He's gotten it fired twice. Now he's finally away.
Earnhardt was in position for his 6th win of the season and 2nd straight at Phoenix when he questioned his team's decision not to pit.
You're going to get beat by somebody behind you on new tires. I'm going to promise you. I mean, you think you're going to outrun somebody on old tires. You ain't.
Earnhardt's old tires wore out the competition. He raced on to win number 6 and to within 47 points of Busch.
Ha-ha! I love winning! Woo! Especially here. I don't know why. It's just awesome.
At Darlington last Sunday, Busch fought an ill-handling car, but 2 sparkling pit stops late in the race helped him finish 6th. Earnhardt was facing virtual elimination from the chase when his battery failed, but a timely caution flag saved him.
The new battery is in. They put the plate on, left rear tire going on. That is a fast battery change. He's already away.
Very nice job, guys.
Gordon led the most laps, but during a late race pit stop, the air hose was pinched underneath the right rear tire, costing him precious seconds, precious points, and quite possibly the win.
We just totally lost that race right there, and it's very unfortunate. You know, if we're going to win this championship, we can't make those kind of mistakes.
Martin's late race charge to 2nd was remarkable. With crew chief Pat Tryson constantly encouraging his driver, Martin buzzed through traffic and ran out of race before he ran out of effort.
We hit it right at the end. I wish we'd had 5 more laps.
But Jimmy Johnson benefited from fast stops, good starts, and tremendous talent to capture his 8th win of the season.
Fighting our way back in this championship, I can't believe it. It was a very demanding day, and the slowest team did everything right.
When the chase began, the 5 drivers, 1 through 5, and then the others in 2nd tier, 5 through 10, were all separated by 5 points. So basically 10th was 45 points behind 1st. Now 5th is just 82 points out of 1st. And Dave, that's the easy part. Today, the cars and the calculators will be smoking. Dave, what are you doing?
I'm counting up the number of different scenarios there are for this day's championship. There are as many as the grains of sand, but I've lost count now. You know, Kurt Busch can win this championship a lot of different ways, but he does control his own destiny in 3 particular ways. He can win the race, He can finish second and lead just one lap, or finish third and lead the most laps, getting those bonus points. That's pretty precise for Kurt, but for the other guys, you want to be just a little bit more general to understand it. Jimmie Johnson and Jeff Gordon both trailing by 18 and 21 points. They have to finish the race between 4 and 7 positions better than Kurt Busch in order to be crowned the 2004 champion. Watch that gap all day long. As for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Mark Martin, they have to finish about 20 positions better than Kurt Busch, and they have to finish between 13 and 20 positions ahead of the 48 of Johnson and the 24 of Gordon if they're going to be the champion. A lot of work to do there. But Bill, thankfully, we don't have to count this up because we have very smart people who are tracking this all day long on our crew, and they won't project a winner. They will show us definitively and as soon as they can who wins this year's first ever chase for the Nextel Cup.
Thanks, Dave. Well explained. 2 years ago, Tony Stewart won the series championship by 38 points over Mark Martin in a two-man race. Last season, Matt Kenseth won the championship by 90 points over Jimmie Johnson. Both made a charge at the championship this year. Both won 2 races. Today, those 2 drivers chased their 3rd win of the season at the track where their championship celebration began. Here's Marty Snyder.
And Bill, the reign for Matt Kenseth as champion ends today. Can you wrap it up in victory lane, Matt?
I hope so. We need a little boost and a little spark and some momentum going into the offseason. So it's been a horrendously bad last 8 or 9 weeks for us. So it feels like as a group, all the Roush cars were running pretty good yesterday, better than normal, and it seemed like we were more competitive than what we've been the last month or month and a half. So I feel pretty good about it. Hopefully we can get our DeWalt Ford up through traffic and have a shot at the end.
The 2003 Cup champion will start 30th today. Matt Yoakum.
Tony Stewart knows it's all about pressure. He won a close battle here in 2002. So, Tony, what are these 5 guys feeling today?
I'm sure they're all 5 nervous. Probably the guy that's the least nervous is Mark Martin because he really doesn't have anything to lose and he's got everything to gain. But, if you're Kurt Busch or Jimmie Johnson or Jeff Gordon right now, those 3 guys in particular are probably really nervous today, trying to figure out and going through all the math in their head of if this guy finishes here and leads a lap, where do I have to finish to gain the points and this and that. So, it's something that, these guys didn't get here because they're lucky. They got here because they're good. So, they go out and do what they normally do. They'll be fine today.
Real quick, scale of 1 to 10, your car.
That's a really good question. I'll let you know on about lap 20 because we made some pretty big changes between yesterday and today. But we tested really well here, and hopefully we'll get to some deep in Monte Carlo and victory lane today.
A win today here in Homestead will be Tony's 3rd this season and 3rd here at Homestead. Bill?
Thanks, Matt. The 10 drivers in the chase for the Cup won 32 of the 35 races to this point in the season. The 5 guys still eligible for the championship won 23 of the 35. Now it comes down to just 1. That's the first lap. Here's what's coming up on the Discover Card Countdown to Green. 5 men, 1 championship trophy. We'll tell you how the contenders for the Cup raced to the chase and the roller coaster ride they've been on the last 9 weeks. The guys on pit road, it's about preparation, pressure, and performance. Benny Parsons takes a look at what drives the over-the-wall gang. And Wally Dallenbach knows how difficult it can be to race at Homestead. He'll show us how to keep the ship from sinking in South Florida. All that and more coming up on the championship edition of the Discover Card Countdown to Green.
Discover Card Countdown to Green. Brought to you by Discover Card. It pays to discover. By the Suzuki Boulevards, the only cruisers with the DNA of champions. See your Suzuki dealer and choose your Boulevard. By Subway, it's what to eat when you want to eat fresh. Subway, eat fresh. And by Energizer, keep going.
This season, Mark Martin won at Dover. He has 5 second-place finishes. 4 times he has finished second in the standings. He knows the thrill of competing for the championship and the pain that comes from not winning it. At the age of 45, Mark is the senior citizen of Chaseville. He started the season by finishing last in the Daytona 500. Now he's just 82 points out of first in the chase for the Cup.
Oh, we got some smart guy 6 car.
Trouble turn number 3.
And how disappointing is that?
Yeah.
Mark Martin really felt like he had something today to win the Daytona 500.
No one had to come from further back to make the chase than Mark Martin. No one would enjoy the challenge more than Mark Martin.
We all said was, we make it, anything after that is just gravy. Lie. As soon as we made it, nothing was good enough.
There is little argument that when the 10-race chase began, Mark was the sentimental choice of many inside the garage and outside. His passion for success and disappointment in defeat was never more obvious than after a 13th place finish under the lights at Charlotte in October.
Is this going to be the shot that knocks you out of the chase, Mark, or do you feel like this team is still alive?
I don't know. Golly, we did everything we could do here. Gave it a great run for the whole team. I can't help it. You know, I can't help it.
Facing elimination last Sunday in Darlington, Martin, a longtime veteran, issued a pre-race request to his crew.
I want to hear from you today, you know, stuff like, remember it's 500 miles, we're racing for points, but it's okay to treat me like I'm a rookie.
Up on the wheel all day into night, Martin drove to a chase-saving second-place finish, spurred on by his #1 fan, crew chief Pat Trison.
Hey, Bud, go get him, man. Right there at P3. Go get him. You're the man. Go eat him up.
Pat Trison is a great cheerleader, besides some other things, too.
Strangely enough, Martin has just 3 top 10 finishes in the 9 chase races, second-place finishes at Dover, Atlanta, and Darlington. The one thing number 6 doesn't want today, to have to answer what it feels like to be number 2.
How far is heaven? I just gotta know how far you...
Heaven could be just 267 laps away for Mark Martin, and you are very outspoken about the emotional drain to get to the chase. What are the emotions now as you try to win the championship, Mark?
I guess it'd be pride and maybe a little relief, but look forward to today. I'm so proud of my team and the people that work on that 6 car.
What needs to happen for you to win the championship, Mark?
A miracle. You know, I don't know. I'm not worried about that. You know, we came here to race just like we went to Daytona in February to race, and we're going to try to win this thing and let the points stack up where they may.
Billy has his favorite race car, the one you mentioned, the one that took him to second-place finishes at Atlanta and Darlington.
Thank you, Marty. Now, like Mark, Dale Earnhardt Jr. began the season with the Daytona 500, where he finished 42 places ahead of Mark in first. Now, 5 more wins and 34 races later, Earnhardt is trying to do what his famous father did exactly 24 years ago last Monday, win his first series championship.
The legacy continues. Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins the 46th Daytona 500.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. reflects the same racing vigor and vitality that helped his father earn 7 titles. Now, that type of talent has him 4th in the championship standings with a shot at the cup. Earnhardt polished his driving skills by polishing off the competition with back-to-back championships driving for his dad in the Busch Series. Then Dad gave him a promotion to Nextel Cup.
At the tender age of 25, Dale Earnhardt Jr. will lay claim to his first NASCAR Winston Cup victory at the Texas Motor Speedway.
I'll tell you, he's something else. He's talking about coming to Texas and winning his first Cup race. He won his first Busch race here. We got a good race car, a good engine, and boy, drove a good race.
Earnhardt has become the face of NASCAR. A mix of motorsports and marketing, he is recognized in Martinsville and Manhattan. He has won 15 races on the track and millions of fans off the track.
Please welcome Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Earnhardt's honest enthusiasm is refreshing. He wants to win, and when he does, like he did at Bristol, he wants to enjoy it.
Man, this is one of the biggest wins in my career.
Why is that?
It's Bristol, baby!
Earnhardt's win at Talladega in October was no surprise, but his vocabulary in victory lane was. And a 25-point penalty for bad language could have him talking to himself all winter. It looked like he was about to make a huge move in the chase in the closing laps in Atlanta, but then came a different move Dale might want to have back.
Oh, look out! Trouble! Championship contender in trouble! Crashing on the back straightaway! No, believe this.
We had a good car. Kind of sucks to lose all them points, but it wasn't. I don't think it was Carl's fault. I came up on him, I think.
He's kind of been helping me pump these guys up. You know, he knows we can still do it. He's the first one to say, don't let this get you down, and we're gonna fight our way back.
Earnhardt won the following week at Phoenix. Now, at the age of 30, he has grown from the kid in the garage to the man in charge, the kind of guy that would be hard to intimidate. Dale Jr. continuing his pre-race preparations this morning, including his 6 wins. He has 16 top 5 finishes. Only Jimmy Johnson, with 19, has more this season. Next, the driver who had 5 wins in the first 21 races this season, but none in the last 14. He drives that car. 4-time series champion Jeff Gordon when the Discover Card Countdown to Green continues. It's a ragtop day in South Florida, but these loyal and race-loving fans are here to watch 43 hardtops cruise for 400 miles with the championship trophy waiting at the finish. It was 4 weeks ago today that a plane crash in Virginia took the lives of 10 people, all members of Hendrick Motorsports, its extended family, and friends. The people at Hendrick Motorsports have helped Jeff Gordon win 4 championships. Now Jeff Gordon would like to help the people at Hendrick Motorsports by winning his 5th. Jeff is 3rd in the championship standings. His Hendrick teammate Jimmy Johnson is 2nd. They have raced in the spotlight when they would rather hide in the darkness. They have handled deep personal loss with distinguished poise. Jeff Gordon has not won a chase race. At times it looked like he might not be in the championship picture, but no one ever told him he was out of it.
4 times he has won the championship. My goodness.
Jeff Gordon and the Hendrick Motorsports team. It's incredible.
Jeff Gordon is a star that drives a car. He races for a living and enjoys living as a racer. He is a 4-time series champion. The King, Richard Petty, and the late Dale Earnhardt both won 7 cups, the only drivers with more championships than Gordon. But neither had more desire. A success at just 33, Gordon is not just racing after wins, he is stubbornly chasing the shadows of greatness.
Everybody, talks about Earnhardt and Petty with 7 championships, and I constantly get asked every single day, you think you can get to 7, you think you can get to 7. Well, you can't get to 7 until you get to 5.
In 2001, Gordon captured his 4th championship, and the first for crew chief Robbie Loomis. Jeff's first 3 championships came with veteran Ray Evernham, a 1-2 combination that sent the competition reeling with 3 titles in 4 seasons. Gordon's on-track success and off-track style put him on Madison Avenue. His personality and popularity have driven him to places NASCAR had always hoped to be.
One of the great race car drivers of all time, Jeff Gordon. Right in.
Jeff Gordon, good to have you back here. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Gordon.
This season, Gordon has been an understudy in the chase for the championship. Last Sunday at Darlington, Gordon was back in the starring role, but his supporting cast let him down.
Looks like they got tangled up on the air cord on the rear tire. They're waiting on the right rear, still waiting on the 24.
It was very, frustrating and disappointing, but I also know that, a day or 2 later, it's got to be off your mind and moving forward.
As a 4-time series champion, Gordon knows the professional and personal emotions of racing. He also knows he is the face of Hendrick Motorsports. And no matter what he wins this season, he will never forget what he and his racing family lost on that Sunday afternoon in Martinsville.
The emotional side of it now has become a driving force. There's nothing we can do to take away the sadness, take away the heavy hearts, but it would be so awesome to pull it off and do it in honor of those that were lost in that plane crash.
Now Jeff's drive for 5 in 2004 culminates today. Jeff, what is your gut telling you about your chances today?
I don't go by my gut. I go by the race car and how the race unfolds.
What's your car telling you?
It's been really good. I felt like we were really good in yesterday's morning practice. We tested here. We were really good. Second practice felt like we need to make a few adjustments, and the track was heating up. So that's more like what it's going to be today. So hopefully we made the right adjustments. I mean, I've had a great weekend, a great week, and certainly. Things are going well so far today, but we haven't even gotten on the racetrack. So I'm looking forward to just getting the green flag, and getting it all started and just kind of seeing how it all unfolds and what we've got in store for ourselves and just fight until that checker flag waves.
His race car, the number 24, rolls off 5th with him as the driver today, Bill.
Thanks, Dave. How good has Jimmie Johnson been this season? Well, on August 1st, he was first in the championship standings with 4 wins and a whopping 232-point lead over second place Jeff Gordon. How good has Jimmie Johnson been in the last month? 4 wins in the last 5 races. He's the number 2 man in the standings. A man on a mission.
Jimmie Johnson, too strong. You are the man. You know that?
The message he left for him today, tame this.
Throughout the 2004 season, it looked like Jimmie Johnson had the championship within his grasp, cementing his role as the man to chase when the season got to its final 10 races.
Yeah! That's it! Domination!
But when the chase took off at New Hampshire, Johnson's championship charge stalled. Just one top 10 finish in the first 4 races. Trouble behind the leaders. Jimmie Johnson, another championship contender across the track to the inside on the grass. Then beginning at Charlotte, Johnson and his crew rallied from their lows to a new career high. 3 straight wins. He went from 9th in the 10-man chase to 2nd.
That's right, my house! Woo-hoo-hoo!
Each morning that I woke up for these races, I knew we were going to have a good day, but I had no idea we were going to win that often or that many. So it's really shown, it's shown a lot to me that if it's meant to be, it's meant to be, and that's been my whole mindset now with this championship.
Johnson and his crew never celebrated their Martinsville win. Instead of going to victory lane, they learned that a plane had crashed, killing 10 people, family and friends of Hendrick Motorsports. The following week in Atlanta, Johnson and the entire Hendrick organization still managed to race and win, not in spite of what happened to their friends, but inspired by the memory of their friends.
And loving memory all the way.
It would be hard to find a more emotional moment in sports this year than the checkered flag in Atlanta, until you got to victory lane. It's what you wanted.
There's no medicine like that. It doesn't change anything, and we don't get back our friends that we've lost. But it sure makes it feel better to do something like this, and it's just unbelievable. As you can imagine, lost for words, and the 6 car was coming, but I had 10 angels riding on this race car.
In just 19 days, Jimmie and his fiancée Chandra Janway will be married. This season has served as a reminder to many that there is more to life than racing. But being this close, with so much on the line and so many people to win for, Johnson knows a championship in 2004 would mean much more than just a title. It would be a tribute to his racing family and his new family.
The sacrifices I made for my personal life, for my family, and pushed all that aside, it was all for racing and all to be a champion. But then with the events that have taken place, it brings on new meaning, and to be able to, dedicate it to Hendrick Motorsports and to everyone on that airplane would be something very special too.
In our quest to take you places that you can never go, we're on stage with the 5 drivers for a photo op. These 5 guys have a chance for a championship, including this man, Jimmie Johnson. So how aggressively do you race, Jimmie, starting 39?
Oh, we got to be aggressive. We got to get moving so that the lead lap cars don't come around and try to put us a lap down the leaders. But then after that, you have to race for this win. The 97's running good, Jeff's running good. I just got to be smart, get into the front, and race from there.
Does your team perform better as the chaser?
It sure seems that way, and I don't know why, but today we hope to come from 39th of all places and win the race and win this championship. I think you're going to have to finish in the top 3 to win this championship, and our team has always performed better with adversity, and with the support from Lowe's, everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, having Rick Hendrick back here at the racetrack, we're going to lay it all on the line today and try to reach those goals that I've set out since I was a little kid.
Crew member Ryan McRae last week wrote "Tame This" on his gloves. Today he wrote "Team Effort." And Bill, that's exactly what it's going to take to win this championship.
That's right, Matt. Thanks a lot. Rick Hendrick is the owner of Hendrick Motorsports. He did make a return to the racetrack yesterday. He said he is not yet ready to take questions, but he did talk about his family and friends and his resolve to continue racing.
To honor all of those people on that plane, I'm more committed to the sport than I've ever been. I think I'm overweight, but I'm healthier than I've been in the last 8 years. And together we're gonna continue to try to be a strong competitor and a good citizen of the sport. And we love the sport and love the people. And the folks on that plane will never be forgotten.
Rick Hendrick has won 5 series championships, 4 with Jeff Gordon and 1 with Terry Labonte. Today, Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte, Jimmy Johnson, and Brian Vickers represent the people of Hendrick Motorsports. And a beautiful day here in Homestead, Florida. We've moved trackside as we get closer to driver introductions here for the Ford 400, the race that will determine the NASCAR Nextel Cup champion. And one of those candidates is with Matt.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. attempted to put a Nextel Cup trophy alongside his Busch Championship hardware. 4th in points. Junior, do you race 4 cars today or 42?
I don't know, you just go out there and race whoever's in front of you. We had a pretty decent car in practice. We got it a lot better and weren't really good all weekend. Just kind of, not as good as we want to be. We want to be one of the fastest cars here and just a little bit off. But worked real hard to get it right, and we'll see how it works out.
Now, if Dale Earnhardt Jr. pulls off this title, he'll make the Earnhardts in a very exclusive club, Bill, with the Jarretts and the Pettys as the only father-son combo is to score championships.
Thanks, Matt. 26-year-old Kurt Busch traded the bright lights of Las Vegas for the headlights and the headlines of NASCAR. As a rookie in the Truck Series, he won 4 times and finished 2nd in the championship standings. The following year, car owner Jack Roush put him in the Cup Series, where his brash and dash driving style has him on top of the championship standings with just 400 miles to go. In 2002, people learned Kurt Busch's name and his game. 4 wins, 3rd in the championship standings, and a friendly smile that hides his aggressive driving style. Busch got his first win at Bristol with a bump and run move on Jimmy Spencer that has lingered in the minds of many. Later that same season, Spencer put Busch into the wall at Indianapolis. But it was a colorful and quick-witted Kurt that seared his way into the memory of sports fans when Spencer passed by.
It's been a struggle over the late spring and early summer for Kurt Busch. No more. He wins today at New Hampshire International Speedway.
This season, he swept both races at New Hampshire to go along with his Bristol win in March. Once the chase for the Cup started, Busch was at his best. He dodged traffic and trouble to take a 96-point lead to Atlanta. Only 2 drivers were within 200 points. But then, his worst fear.
Oh, smoke! The championship leader's in trouble.
A blown engine early in Atlanta resulted in a 42nd place finish. His worst finish in his last 117 starts. Suddenly, 4 drivers were within 98 points of Busch.
It's just one of those gut feelings where you just don't feel as confident as the weeks before, and I had that today.
Busch was feeling the heat, but his veteran crew chief was keeping his cool. Jimmy Fennig is the calm and confident type. It is Fennig that has harnessed the raw talent and edgy emotion that is Kurt Busch. He's just 26, the smart kid in the black hat or helmet, racing for respect, fan approval, and the series championship.
I'm just this West Coast kid that's it's a bit brash, a bit unknown, and comes in and can compete with these guys. And whether we win or whether we lose, it's been a positive year, and we know now that I can compete at this level, and as well as our team.
And getting ready for driver introductions, Ryan Newman down here talking with Kurt Busch, 2 of the championship chasers. You were last in qualifying, but you're first on the grid. How big is that for you, Kurt?
It's a big project just to be able to go out and put something together such as that on Friday and then have it come true. To start first, to have some of our other competitors behind us, we've got the mental advantage going in because they know they have to catch us now. And we've got the lead in points as well, so it works both ways.
How good is your race car?
It's as good as I could possibly make it. The crew did their adjustments on it. I drove it the best that I could in happy hour to find small things wrong with it. Not all out speed, but just the balance of being loose at the beginning of a run versus tight at the end. And so it's just one of those days where everything comes out, it's all on the line, and I'm anxious to get this started.
You always talk to your crew before the start of the race on the radio. Do you know what you will say to them today?
It's going to be short and sweet.
We'll be listening. Best of luck.
You got it.
Kurt Busch will lead them to the checkered flag, hoping to bring home the championship. But it's not just about the drivers today. The pressure's on the pit crews as well. This championship race is so close, the Cup could be decided by one dropped lug nut. Life in the pits when the Discover Card Countdown to Green roars on from Homestead, Florida.
The legacy continues. Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins the 46th Daytona 500. Stewart.
25-year-old Kurt Busch.
You are the man. A dominating performance by Gordon.
Tony Stewart.
Greg Biffle.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in victory lane at Bristol.
Elliott Sadler wins at California. Jeremy Mayfield in to the chase for the Nextel Cup.
This may never stop. That's right, my house. 2 weeks in a row, and loving memory all the way. I love winning. Woo!
It'll be Jimmy Johnson.
Those are the guys in the cars. Now, what about the guys that work on the cars? Pit crews are like a respected chef. You expect the meal to be perfect, but if one ingredient is left out, it can leave a really bad taste in your mouth. Well, last week at Darlington, the pit crew for Kurt Busch served up 2 blue ribbon winners that kept the heat on the competition.
Great stop, 13.5. They gained some spots on pit road too.
A fantastic stop by Kurt Busch's crew.
We knew about 80, 100 laps in the race that we were going to have to do something also in the pits a little bit more than we do to help get some spots, get the points we need.
You got Jimmy Finning up on the box. You know, he's up there with his hands going, come on, guys, we need you. You got Kurt on the radio, you know, saying, come on, guys, help us out.
Your mind frame gets in, you know, not pressure's on you, but you know what you're getting paid to do is what counts on this day.
Part of what made the 97 team's pit stop so fast, they tried something they had never done before. Because they didn't need 2 full cans of gas, the gas man helped the tire changers.
We got to do our pit stop that we tried to talk Jimmy into letting us do, and he finally had some trust in us and let us do it, and thank goodness it all worked out.
He was thrilled, we were all thrilled. It's one of those high five moments, you know, where just everybody just, you just live in that moment.
But once the race ended, that moment was over. Back to practice Tuesday evening, preparing for the biggest race of the season.
I almost think what it is he's deeper than what he should be, and it's almost Jason behind, and it's taking it away from him because he's late. And I know something's goofy when you go 1, 2, 3, and then you stop, and you go 4, 5. All right, guys, here we go. Let's bring it up just a little bit, man. Just don't rush it, don't race each other. Let's just have a good one. Here we go.
You just try to think about what you got to do and concentrate on that, and try not to think about the pressure. Obviously, you want to win this championship, and you know, you hope you don't make any mistakes so you're not the weak link.
I think our guys are ready. If it does come down to the last stop, I mean, you know, our guys have proven this year that they can pull it off, and they're good in crunch time. So hopefully, if that's the situation, we'll be ready for it.
The code word for that trick play on pit road is Triple Lundy, and it's in play today. It took Jimmy Finning a while to buy into it, but after the success at Darlington last week, he certainly buys into it now. The team aspect of NASCAR racing, nowhere shown more than here on pit road, and no team feels better about themselves than the 97 team does right now. And one advantage they have, they qualified first, which means they have the first pit stall selection, meaning they took the one at the end of pit road, only 20 feet between the end of their stall and the line at the end of pit road, and no one blending in front of them going to their stall because they have an opening right in front of them. Big key for the 97 team today, pit stops on pit road. Matt?
Marty, the best example of how this 48 team responds to adversity took place last week at Darlington during a pit stop. A lug hung between the wheel and the hub. showing poise under pressure. Ryan McRae and Corey Quick didn't panic. Instead, they went through their motions, changing that tire. In the meantime, Shane Parsnow ran around to the left front, taking those lugs off to save the team valuable time. They only lost 9 spots on pit road, but the loss could have been a lot more, like the race and those valuable championship points that go along with it. This team is loose and ready for whatever obstacles come their way today. Dave?
Matt, last week the only miscue for the 24 team on pit road came late in the race and drew criticism from driver Jeff Gordon. Rear tire changers typically carry their hose in their pinky like this, dropping it when they go to change the right rear tire. This week, rear tire changer Mike Atwell will make sure that this loop has no excess that every once in a freak while gets caught under a rear tire just like this. Bill?
Wow. Thanks, guys. Good stuff out there. So you can see on pit road, it's the job of the crew to keep that championship dream afloat. Now, South Florida is obviously a popular vacation destination. It's a casual and comfortable drive down to the Keys. There you'll find boats, beaches, bars, and ballads. The 5 championship contenders are hoping for smooth sailing today, but that may not be the case because, as Wally Dallenbach explains, even on this beautiful day in Homestead, there are whitecaps on the ocean, and we're watching for waterspouts.
Hey, welcome to Waller's World Homestead weekend. Fun in the sun. We're speeding across water right next to Key West Beach. We're having a good time. Last year, Matt Kenseth came into this race, had the championship clinched. Those guys were having a good time. The pressure was off. They were relaxed. All they needed to do was come out and go racing and have some fun. But that's not going to be the case for about 5 guys this weekend. A little bit different story.
Because for those 5 guys, Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Mark Martin, it's going to be a little bit different here at Homestead if they're going to win the championship, because they've got to race their guts out. To win the Cup this weekend, there are a couple of things the driver is going to have to do and avoid. Now, one of those things is you've got to be at the right place at the right time. Last year on lap 3, coming off of turn 2, Kevin Harvick got loose. He slid up into Ryan Newman. Kurt Busch was on the outside, and he was in a wreck. Mark Martin, he better hope his luck is a little bit better, because you're going to need some luck this weekend. Last year, he got loose and crashed. You're not going to win the championship this weekend if you wind up crashing. Also, if you want to be lucky, I think you got to make your own luck. How do you do that? Well, there's 2 ways. One is you want to be out front. If you're out front, the wreck happens behind you, you're lucky. Jeff Gordon, he was in front of the wreck last year. But Jimmy Johnson, his teammate, he was behind the wreck, but he got lucky and drove right through it. So to win the Cup, you'll need to race out front, avoid being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and probably be a little lucky.
Thanks, Wally. Driver introductions continuing. Here's 4-time series champion Jeff Gordon being introduced. 65,000 fans here at Homestead this afternoon for the Ford 400, the race that will determine the Nextel Cup champion. Next, you'll go back out to the starting grid and talk to a guy who won at Kansas and could win here. Florida's very own. He's no ordinary Joe. You're watching the Discover Card Countdown to Green on NBC. You heard from Kurt Busch as he was getting ready to be introduced to the crowd. Well, here he is. Just a few moments ago, and as you might expect when you're racing against 42 other guys, a mix of cheers and boos for the championship leader. He starts on the pole here this afternoon.
Welcome, Mr. President. I am really glad to be here.
So dig into the green-white checkered. 5 rhythmic hits.
How'd I do for the first time?
Good. You're great. Everybody's still standing.
He is a city guy. Obviously, you got to have a tractor. I'm now Farmer Busch.
I'm going to scream. I have to scream.
Never done one of these before.
Oh, my God.
Oh, she hit the wall. God, I love my job.
Now, I think this is the best seat in your house to get the proper race set up, and it's a blast being down here in the middle of everything every week. We hope you've certainly enjoyed it. And a big thanks to our friends at Discover Card for making it all possible. We look forward to working with them again in 2005, where we will continue to find new things to report to you because, as always, it pays to discover. Back out to the grid to Marty.
Bill, Joe Nemechek discovered victory lane earlier this year in this race car. Can it win again here at Homestead, Joe?
I definitely think so. We kind of messed up qualifying there a little bit. I don't know where we lost all of our speed at, but in race trim, it's been extremely good. We came down here and tested with 2 different cars, and we brought a different one back, and the car's been driving really good. It's all about having good balance here, and so far the Army guys have given me a great car.
A little bit of work to get to the front. He starts 19th. Matt?
And looking at sunglasses, Jimmy McMurray and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Now, he's encouraged about his chances for today. What about you?
You know what? It's always encouraging when you can run well in the Busch race, and it's a very similar setup. And the adjustments that I wanted to make to my Busch car yesterday, we had already figured into this car. So just going to go and see what we can do. And we don't have anything to lose today. Just go out and try to win.
And he finished second in that Busch race on Saturday. Dave?
Last year here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, Brian Vickers ran for a Busch Series championship. Brian, have you had a chance to reflect on that at all this weekend with your Nextel Cup race and everything?
Yeah, I really have. It was this place where it all started when Ricky hired me to drive the car, and we ended up winning the championship here. It's so neat to be back. I wish you could be here. I want to thank everybody for the support. GMAC still being on board Chevy. It's awesome. I look forward to a good race today.
Brian's number 25 starts outside row 7. Bill?
Thanks, Dave. 2002 was the first year Homestead was the last race on the schedule. In 2002, Kurt Busch came here with 3 wins. This year he comes here with 3 wins. In 2002, he had 20 top 10 finishes. This year, Kurt has 20 top 10 finishes. In 2002, Kurt's first win came at Bristol in March. This season, Kurt's first win came at Bristol in March. This season, Kurt won the pole just once here at Homestead. In 2002, Kurt won the pole just once here at Homestead. Who went to victory lane that day in 2002 at Homestead? From the pole, Kurt Busch. Now, you don't have to look it up because we already did. The countdown for 2004 is at 0, and the Ford 400 is coming up.
This has been the Discover Card Countdown to Green. Let's go racing.
T-minus 10.
Kurt Busch sees the checkered flag.
Congratulations, boys. Week 1 in the book. 9.
Look out!
8. 7. 6.
Smart, get a piece of it,
5. 4.
Championship leaders in trouble.
3. 2. 1. Liftoff.
NBC Sports presents the Ford 400. 5 men chasing the Nextel Cup. 38 others wanting to wrap up the season with a win. Here's Marty Snyder.
Bill, Kevin Harvick won yesterday's Busch Series finale. Is the Cup car good enough to pull the weekend sweep, Kevin?
I hope so. We had to make a couple adjustments this morning to try to dial it in to where we thought it needed to be. So as long as we keep up with the racetrack and keep the track position all day, I think we'll have a good chance, hopefully.
He finished second in this race last year. Matt?
The guy who finished first in this race last year was Bobby Labonte. How about a repeat, Bob?
Well, it sure be nice. Obviously, we haven't won a race all year, and it'd be great to bring home this Interstate Battery Chevrolet in first place. That's like we did last year, but we got our work cut out for us. I think we got a pretty good race car from yesterday's practice, so we'll see what can happen.
He rolls off from the 6th position. Dave?
Starting right behind him, Matt, in 7th will be Ricky Rudd. Ricky, can you finish the season with a W?
I tell you, we got a good race car. This Motorcraft Air Force Taurus ran at Kansas. Nearly won the race there. We finished second, brought it here. It's been fast every practice. I just hope it continues at a real good happy hour, and somebody's got to win it. Might as well be us.
Ricky trying to be Kansas-like, just one position better.
We continue to move closer to the start of the Ford 400. The excitement builds in the stands. The fans are settling in on pit road. Nervous energy. The waiting and the wondering. What will happen today? What can I do about it? Can I win a 5th championship? Right now, let's take you trackside here in Homestead, Florida, and join the pre-race ceremonies on Championship Sunday as we get set for the Ford 400.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats and direct your attention to the area near the start-finish line. We welcome the Honor Guard from the 482nd Fighter Wing of the Homestead Air Reserve Base, who will present today's colors. And now, Miss Florida, USA, Melissa Whittick, has today's invocation, and then please remain standing for our national anthem, performed today by Capitol Nashville recording artist Trace Atkins.
Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together today at this wonderful event at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. For this beautiful Florida weather, we thank you. Please watch over our drivers and their teams today. Keep them safe, their journey to victory. In your name we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
A championship is waiting. 26-year-old driver Kurt Busch and his 51-year-old crew chief Jimmy Fenning. Jeff Gordon going for his 5th championship. A trophy is waiting. It's a day of passion and performance and perfection. The command is next. The green flag for the Ford 400 now less than 10 minutes away. No matter what your job is, you want to be recognized as being the best. Maybe it's that Employee of the Month parking spot with your car in it, or your picture on the company website, or a seat at the head table at the annual dinner. It's the same for the 5 championship contenders. This is a race for professional recognition, a reward for hard work, and yes, a seat at the head table. Enjoy the race, everybody. Now it's my pleasure to set it up to the 3 men that called the green flag in the Daytona 500. They will take you to the checkered flag here in Homestead this afternoon. Alan Bestwick, Wally Dallenbach, and Benny Parsons.
Bill, thanks. Like any group of coworkers, we don't always agree on everything, but I think we all agree this is going to be some kind of fun over these next few hours. Wally, let me start with you. You raced on this speedway yesterday. Jimmie Johnson, 39th on the grid. What kind of challenges does he face trying to get to the front?
Got a lot of challenges, but this is the track to do it on. It's a great racetrack. You're going to see a lot of passing, but what he's got to do, he's got to be careful. He's got the car to get to the front, but one thing about here, especially on the starts and the restarts, everybody runs their tire pressures really low. That's really dangerous in this racetrack because the cars are very, very loose. We saw it yesterday. There's a lot of times also that you run very, very loose at the start, and if you get underneath another car, that car takes the air off your spoiler and you crash. So it's just, he's got to be really careful. But one thing that's going to help him, if he can pass 10 or 15 cars and then the yellow comes out, he can erase that gap to the leaders, and that's what he's got to do all day long to get to the front.
We'll keep an eye on Jimmy in the opening laps. BP, a season's worth of work today. Could go out the window in a second.
Yeah, I've never been a big believer in luck. I think in racing you make most of your luck. And I think in a 36 race season, luck really doesn't enter in. But in a one race battle for a championship, luck can be a huge effort. A big thing. Loose lug nuts, flat tire. Any one thing could cost these teams a championship.
Here's the simple take on today. 4 drivers are going to end the day with their hearts broken, and one is going to realize his lifelong dream. Let's go trackside and get it started.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's our Grand Marshal from Ford Motor Company, Edsel Ford, to recite the most famous words in racing.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
5 drivers, 400 miles, 1 championship trophy. The green flag for the Ford 400 is next. You're watching NASCAR on NBC. The final race of the 2004 NASCAR season, the Ford 400, about to get underway at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Beautiful weather, sellout crowd, and a great day of racing about to begin. Cars will be headed out onto the track to begin their parade and pace laps in just moments.
65!
Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR, proud to sponsor the Budweiser Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each NASCAR Nextel Cup Series race. How about Kurt Busch? What a statement Friday, winning his first pole in 2 years when it would have been easier to play it safe. Budweiser congratulates Kurt Busch for this weekend's race, the latest Budweiser Shootout eligible driver. 2 teams that compete out of the same race shops, competing today for a championship. That's Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson's crew chief, wishing Jeff Gordon luck before the start of the race. And here we go with the starting lineup for today's Ford 400.
Kurt Busch, championship leader on the pole. On the outside is Greg Biffle.
And that's a statement. He did that on the second lap, which is tough to do. And like you said, Alan, he went out and did that, put it on the line, and that's impressive.
Yeah, how easy to crash a car on a qualifying lap when you're hanging it out, right?
Yes, sir.
There's Jeff Gordon in row 3.
And my thought is, Greg Biffle, is he going to fight Kurt Busch on that first lap? Let's ask him. Greg Biffle, Benny Parsons, you got me?
Got you, BP.
You know, if that 97 car leads the first lap, that's 5 points. How much effort, how much resistance are you going to give him?
Well, he's my teammate, and through thick and thin, I gotta give the courtesy, work with him here, give him 5 points. I got a really fast race car today, and I owe it to the National Guard and my team to lead as much of the race as I can. But we're going to give him a little bit on the first lap here.
Well, all right. Good luck today.
Well, there you go. That's the importance of having a good teammate and being up front.
I mean, just think if one of the Hendrick cars are on the outside, or one of the DEI cars on the outside, Kurt Busch would have to really race for that first lap.
And turn 1, lap 1 is always such a tense time. It's got to be a little relief to Kurt if he and Greg Biffle have had this conversation already.
Right. It takes the pressure off the drivers in the front row right now, knowing what the other guy is going to do. And you can say, hey, look, you know, I'm going to take the inside and let me get clear and get that first lap behind me. And like you said, it's going to be real busy behind him.
You've been watching the starting lineup come by. We have not seen yet the second place driver in the championship.
And we're not going to see him in this row.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, not even in this row. But back in 39th, his worst start in his career is Jimmy Johnson.
But, you know, like I said earlier, he can get up to the front. He's got a good race car. He's got a good race team. He just has to be careful, get through it. But it'd be great for him to have a yellow come out in about 15, 20 laps. So all those cars he passed, he can just race that mark because the leaders are going to take off. And they're going to be a lot faster than the guys in the back racing traffic.
Mike Bliss with an engine change, Jeff Burton with an engine change, Casey Mears with a backup car. After a qualifying crash, they dropped to the end of the field, and you see a lot of cars here trying to make this 43-car Ford 400 grid.
And the most notable was Kyle Petty.
Final stories from pit road before we begin the final race of the year. Here's Marty Snyder.
Alan, it is hard to put into perspective what goes into a championship run, but consider just this race for Kurt Busch. This 97 team started working on this car at the 1st of September. They have tested here just for their teammate Matt Kenseth only, so the test could be more private and the information would not get out. 2 months of effort into this race car and a year of hard work comes down to the next 3.5 hours. Can they win the championship? Dave?
You know, Marty, at the end of the day, a statistical tie at the top of the standing is possible. And with 5 wins this season, Jeff Gordon cannot afford that because both Jimmy Johnson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. have more wins than he does this season. And the first tiebreaker, if there's a tie, is number of wins. Jeff Gordon can't get even today. He's got to get ahead. Matt?
At day's end, Jimmy Johnson could be the 27th driver to win the championship. Much like his mentor and co-car owner Jeff Gordon, if he pulls it off, it'll take place in his 3rd full season in Cup. When Chad Knaus formed this team 3.5 years ago, he used the 24 team as his championship model, and it has paid off. During the week, these teams park their cars side by side in the same shop. Today on pit road, they're parked side by side. And you saw Chad Knaus earlier give Jeff Gordon, the thumbs up, giving his team a pep talk. It is a total team effort here in the Hendrick camp today.
Just like what we talked about, we'll go out there, have a good time. We've got 267 laps, I believe, to get this thing up to the front. I don't care if it takes every last one of them, that's when it needs to be there. Go out there, be nice and smooth, have good pit stops, relax, have a great time, buddy. This is the last time you guys are going to get to race, any of you guys, till Daytona. So let's go out there and have some fun, go out in style.
Chad Knaus, crew chief for Jimmy Johnson, the number 2 man in the chase. There's one driver, one crew chief, 7 guys over the wall, all the people you see in the pits and all the people you don't see, back in the shop and back in the front office. That's what makes a successful race team. In the racing business, it's not about the paycheck, it's about the payoff, the championship, and that's what's on the line today. Never has going around in circles been able to take a team so far as it will today. Alan?
This is going to be great.
Signal has been given to the field. Next time by.
Now, one story we want to update you on that involves one of the championship-eligible drivers, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Driver and his spotter have a relationship. The spotter up on top of the grandstand talking to the driver, coaching him, helping him through situations on the racetrack. Earnhardt Jr.'s spotter has been Steve Meal, but he's been suspended by NASCAR for this weekend's race. He was spotting for his son Shane in a Craftsman Truck Series race here on Friday and was openly critical over his team's radio, very openly critical of a NASCAR decision. NASCAR officials felt he was very disrespectful and suspended him for the weekend.
So, Danny Culler, the longtime spotter in NASCAR Nextel Cup racing, has stepped in. He has spotted for Dale Earnhardt. He has spotted for Kerry Earnhardt, and he's very proud now that he is today will make all 3 Earnhardts he is spotted for.
So that's one story involving Dale Earnhardt Jr. Check out NBCSports.com while you're watching the race today. BP will look at the mental challenge Kurt Busch must overcome if he's to win the championship today. And I've made up a little cheat sheet you can keep with you. Some of the things I've got in front of me on the best and worst possible point finishes that all the top 10 drivers can have, and some other numbers on the day like the tiebreakers and so on. NBCSports.com.
All the things I talked about, they're past Kurt Busch. All he's got to worry about right now is to try to win the race.
Okay, so you can still go get my cheat sheet.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but you did the math on that, so what good is that?
I had somebody double check it, okay?
Okay.
Well, here we go. Bet there's more than a few butterflies in those race cars right now.
But this is what they've been waiting for. They want to get this thing going. As soon as that green flag drops, butterflies will be gone.
267 laps, 400 miles. The Ford 400 is underway.
And there you see Greg Biffle giving the 97 car plenty of room getting into turn 1. Oh, we got trouble already in turn 1.
Cars in the wall. It's toward the back of the field. Was Jimmy Johnson in it? It's Mike Bliss. And is that Hermie Sadler in the 02?
Yes, it is.
Jimmy Johnson got through. Wow.
Well, there's one lucky episode he got through.
Mike Bliss and Hermie Sadler were at the back of the grid. This was almost at the very tail end of the field.
Now, under NASCAR rules, when the caution flag comes out, the field is frozen. So Kurt, at about 50 miles per hour, crosses the start-finish line as the leader, receiving 5 bonus points.
That'll be the easiest 5 points he gets today.
What happened? Turn 1, lap 1. It's Bliss coming at you left of the screen.
Hermie just goes around, looks like.
No, he made contact with somebody. Somebody hit him in the left front, and he lost control.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he was way up high going into turn 1. There were 3 abreast. There was no room, and it looks like Bliss just spun it to avoid Hermie.
Jimmy Johnson. That's the danger lane you're in when you start in the back of the pack. Caution's out early at Homestead.
Hello and welcome to the Built Ford Tough Chase for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Championship Super Duty giveaway. These 7 lucky fans behind me were randomly selected after correctly identifying a Built Ford Tough moment from a previous NASCAR race this season. I'm with Phil O'Connor from Ford, and this is a pretty awesome gift you guys are giving away this weekend.
Well, it is, Marty. This new Super Duty is not only the official truck of NASCAR, it's the strongest, toughest, most capable Super Duty we've ever built.
All right, folks, we'll come on up, select one key, and we'll see who drives home this new Ford Super Duty. Of all the keys that are being selected, only one will start the truck.
Congratulations. On behalf of Ford, enjoy your new Super Duty.
Oh, thank you so much.
Well, that's it from Victory Lane at the Ford 400.
That was on Friday. It's a pretty good deal, huh? Come to the race, get a new truck.
And he looked like a truck driver, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You didn't get one?
No, I didn't get one. No. I look like a truck driver, but I didn't get one.
Pace car's off, going back green with Kurt Busch the leader as we start lap 4. Greg Biffle, Ryan Newman, Casey Kane, Jeff Gordon, the rest of the top 5. Difference is now it's a single file restart instead of the double file start.
But Jimmy Johnson's even further back from the leader right now because it's single file.
Here comes Jeff Gordon, going to try and get 4th place from Casey Kane.
You know, this track doesn't have that high groove like it did last year when we were here. I mean, it's got white grooves, and here we go for a pass for lead. Biffle's going to take it. But it'll be interesting to see if that top groove gets worked in today. Because last year we were right up against the wall.
And I'll tell you, the 16 car Biffle was very, very good in practice. This is the same car.
Oh, we got another crash going into turn 1.
Got a few of them involved. Jimmy Johnson's on the apron. He squeezes through again.
Robbie Gordon is backing around the corner.
He may have got tapped in the right rear.
Casey Mears got a piece of it. There's Jimmy Johnson.
He may have got tapped in the right rear. We'll have to get around that side and take a look, but it wasn't anything big if he did.
Who else involved? Jeff Burton is over there driving away. Good damage on that car.
Jeff Gordon moved up to the 4th position.
We've had some trouble getting this one going, haven't we?
Boris said in 36. Next year is going to run about 10, 12 races.
All right, there's Jimmy Johnson right there at the bottom of the screen. Looks like somebody gets tapped or gets loose right in front of Bobby Hamilton.
Oh, I think Robbie Gordon nipped the back of Jeff Burton.
And watch the 48. I think, yep, he got just tapped by Kenny Schrader.
I think Boris said was the first car to spin. I think Robbie Gordon might have gotten in the back off Boris said.
Hamilton got in the back.
Watch Jeff Burton's car right there. Okay.
Right. Hamilton does, that's right.
And then Robbie hit Jeff when Jeff jumped on the brakes.
Doesn't look like the 48 car had any contact with anyone. On board with Robbie Gordon. We'll see what he sees. Oh, man.
Sometimes, I mean, you just can't get slowed down fast enough sometimes when you're running that close to somebody.
And this is Carl Edwards.
Inside, right in front of you, right in front of you. Stay low, stay low. Come on, baby.
Did a good job. Real nice job there.
It was a great move.
Bill?
Well, Jimmy Johnson preparing to come down pit road. This would be his 2nd stop. He stopped under the earlier caution to top off with fuel. And they also made a chassis adjustment. And Wally and Benny, and you saw that, that looked like a big chassis adjustment. I asked crew chief Chad Knaus about that. He said they changed the wedge because of how hot it is. It's hotter than they thought it was going to be. Under an early caution here in the Ford 400 at Homestead, Florida. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Back at Homestead, back under green after a couple of quick cautions. To start the Ford 400, Greg Biffle is the race leader.
And just think how relieved that Kurt Busch is. He's seen 2 crashes already and has been way behind him.
Unfortunately, the guy that's been back there, not too crazy about being back there.
Kevin
Jimmy
Harvick
Johnson.
taking 7th place from Ricky Rudd, and here comes Jeff Gordon again.
Heath Newman, the 12 car.
That's for 3rd place. Now Kurt Busch sees that bright orange hood in his rearview mirror.
That's sliding up there. Casey Kane
That's not a shot. Casey King just, of course, I don't think he wanted to be that high this early.
Gave up a spot to Bobby Labonte. That's 5th place. Bobby's into now. Casey back to 6th. Jimmy Johnson on pit road under this last caution. Bill?
Well, Jimmy Johnson, Alan, started 39th, his worst starting spot in 111 Cup races. He has pitted twice, once for fuel. The last time he was on pit road for 4 tires fuel and to repair a little damage he got on the right rear of the car. He's not really thrilled about starting at the back of the pack. Listen to him talking to Chad Canals.
Just slide your tires? Sure, I don't think that I did, but get me the hell out of from being back here, man. Not a lot I can do right now, man.
Jimmy Johnson's going to have to race his way out of that poor position as the 24, his teammate Jeff Gordon, battles with championship leader Kurt Busch.
2nd place, Jeff Gordon. And Ryan Newman in the 12 going to try and slip Kurt Busch back another spot.
Hey, Matt, this 24 car is looking pretty good right now.
He sure is, BP. During the final practice session, Jeff came on the radio and said, I have a friction grind feel in the steering wheel. They changed everything, and I mean everything, under this race car in the chassis department, the steering box, the lower, the uppers, transmission, you name it. They changed everything, not taking a chance that they might miss something that could knock them out of this championship. So far, Jeff has said nothing on the radio. Nothing is good.
Nothing is good. I mean, his car's working good, and he's focused. A lot of cars sliding up the racetrack. It seems like a lot of guys that are getting into the corner maybe just a little bit hard, and boy, when the car takes off, it really takes off.
And right now, the biggest fan that Greg Biffle has on earth is Kurt Busch, because he wants him to lead. Don't let that 24 car get up there, lead a lap, and maybe lead the most laps and get the maximum points. Stay in front, Greg Biffle.
We'll check this a lot through the day. Points as they run. Kurt Busch, slim gap over Jeff Gordon. Now, if you're not familiar with the way that the points are passed out and the championship is awarded in NASCAR, there's a scale of points that goes down from 180 all the way down to 34. The winner of the race gets 180 points plus, obviously if he won, he led a lap, he gets 5 bonus points for leading a lap. Then it breaks down, second gets 170, then it's 5 points back to 6th, then 4 points per position 6th to 11th, then 3 points per position from 11th on down to 43rd, plus 1 more bonus.
5 points to the car, the team that leads the most laps.
So the max a guy can get in the race is 190. The minimum is 34. Kurt Busch back to 4th place. Bill?
Driving, not talking. That's probably a good sign. This is a brand new race car. They did test here. This is its first race. Crew Chief Jimmy Fennig knows it's a very long 400 miles. Don't look for any panic. We're fine right now.
Kurt's state of mind throughout this weekend, it's been kind of hard to read. He seemed pretty calm on the outside, but I just can't, you can't believe he didn't have the big butterflies.
No, you definitely have the big butterflies. The biggest problem in his situation is it's his to give away. Everybody else has got nothing to lose, and they can go for the win, and hey, go for it. But Kurt Busch has got it to give away, and that has got to be gut-wrenching. Bill?
I think you're right, Wally, and Kurt's put a really good face on this week. We talked to him Friday morning and then again Saturday morning, off camera and then on camera. On camera, smooth, very eloquent, able to convey his feelings. But before and after the interviews, he was very cautious, very tentative, almost too quiet to believe that's really Kurt Busch, so you know it was playing with his mind.
Yeah, the pressure on these guys has been incredible the last few weeks, and you notice this is huge.
I mean, Friday morning, when the cars are going through inspection, just before practice, you go by the 97 car, he must have had 20 photographers there, all wanting a picture of Kurt Busch, talking to Jimmy Fennig. Kurt Busch by his car.
Kurt right now running in 4th spot after leading the opening lap of the race. Greg Biffle out in front. Marty, what do you got for us?
Trying to do the best to help his teammate out, trying to keep Jeff Gordon behind him. And he came on the radio, said this car is so good, we should have given it to Kurt Busch to race this weekend. I think this car is going to win the race.
Well, that might be a stretch, giving my best car away.
Yeah, Greg said he owes it to his sponsors to try and end the day with the W. Early going here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
NBC's coverage of the NASCAR Ford 400 is brought to you by the next Ford Super Duty, the only truck tough enough to be the official truck of NASCAR. by Nextel Coast to Coast Walkie Talkie. Nextel, done. By Miller, there's good enough and there's better than it has to be. Miller, good call. And by Napa Auto Parts. Napa, get the good stuff.
Homestead-Miami Speedway and the Ford 400 approaching 50 miles, and Mark Martin's day had a big scare here a second ago.
Well, you talked about it at the very opening of our show.
Yeah, Mark got underneath. What was that? Timmy McMurray got a little bit loose. And when he got right up next to that car, it really took the air off the back of the car. So he did a great job saving it, but that was a moment. Marty?
BP Hour, Wally, I'm sure you've been in that situation before, haven't you?
Yeah, like every lap yesterday.
Took Mark about a lap to catch his breath, and you could tell on the radio when he came back on. He said, I just about cost it the whole thing right there, didn't I, guys?
Well, he managed to save it, and he is fallen back to 16th place. Here's a guy that's just got it all going right now. Greg Biffle's opened up a huge lead.
Yeah, about 2.5 seconds so far.
Jimmy Johnson's been moving up. He's 21st, but the problem is he's 17 seconds back. This is where he needs a caution to race all that time. Bill?
And it's going to be interesting, Wally. I talked to his crew chief, Chad Knaus, this morning in the garage about their race strategy. He does not want to get out of sequence with the other championship contenders. He said 15, maybe 20 laps at the most, but he will not take a chance to put him out of sequence at a number greater than that. He wants to be on the same sequence as the other guys, so that could affect how they pick up positions here.
Bill, what did Chad say about maybe taking 2 tires in a situation like this if the caution comes out?
Alan, there was a lot of talk about that, as you know, in the garage this morning. Guys watched the Busch race, and there was a big difference of opinion of whether you can take 2 or whether you cannot. I do not look for Chad to take 2 because just basically by his reputation and the way he's worked in the past, it's not something he's done a lot of.
And I agree with you, Bill, because he has got a good race car right now. If he can pick off 3 or 4 more cars, it's better to just get in the pits, get on 4. He can drive that car to the front.
Working on Jeremy Mayfield in the 19. That'll be for 20th place.
His car is working very, very well. He's just lost a lot of time in traffic to the leaders because the leaders are open racetrack, and Jimmy's in traffic, and he can't lay down the lap times like a leader can.
The advantage that Jimmy Johnson, all these 5 cars battling for the Nextel Cup championship today. When Jeremy Mayfield looks up in the mirror and sees the 48, or the spotter says the 48's right behind you, he's not going to race him today like he did yesterday and 10 races ago.
Case in point, his teammate right there, the 25 car, he sees his teammate behind him. He knows the big picture, so he's not going to make it difficult for him to pass.
So that's going to be 19th place that Jimmy Johnson looks to pick up on Brian Vickers there.
Vickers backed off a little bit early, allowing the 48 car to move up the race, giving the entire racetrack. Take any line you want to, Jimmy.
He's about a half a lap behind the leader, Greg Biffle. This is for 3rd place.
And, you know, it looked like Kurt Busch might be in a little bit of trouble, but, hey, he's running about as fast as any of these cars right now.
I think he's in a good spot. I think he would like to just stay in the top 5, you know, and race with the guys up front. Cars are handling well, not getting a lot of traffic. I think he's doing right where he wants to do. Bill, am I wrong?
Never, Wally. Well, yesterday one adjustment maybe, but other than that, no. Kurt's just a little tight. First it was tight in 3 and 4, now it's tight into 1 and 2. Track bar adjustment coming when he comes down pit road.
And that's another thing. These guys hitting pit road, we'll take a look at it later. It's tricky getting into the pits here, especially under green, because you have to use the access road, and it's very hard to get any grip down there.
Let's check our Nextel Cup chase fact for this Homestead-Miami race. This race hasn't seen the kind of drama we're going to see today for locking up the championship. In fact, the championship leaders finished 18th or lower in the last 3 Homestead-Miami Cup races. Remember, Matt Kenseth had the engine blown last year? Well, he'd already locked up the championship.
Shouldn't that graphic read 18th or higher? 18th or worse is what we're saying, right?
18th or lower. Okay. I understood it.
Okay.
We can negotiate that during the next break. How's that?
All right.
How about points?
It's looking good for Gordon. And looking better for Kurt Busch, but it's very early. Let's get an update on Jeff Gordon, Matt.
Now, Alan, typically teams do not pit next to each other who are teammates because they don't want to take a chance of ruining the other's day, but that's exactly what Robbie Loomis and Chad Knaus did. Right now, Jeff is second, Jimmy Johnson is running 19th. If we have a caution, the leader's pit, Jeff will hit his pit box first. Why did they decide this? They thought it would be an advantage. Jeff will stop short to help Jimmy. These two teams trying to work together for the same goal, to get one of these cars the championship at day's end.
We are 50 miles into the Ford 400 at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Greg Biffle's the leader through the field when we come back.
Homestead-Miami Speedway, South Florida. We started the season in Daytona Beach in the sunshine. Now the Ford 400 bringing a close to the season under sunny skies and 80-plus degrees. Hope you're enjoying it. Let's take you through the field, starting with Greg Biffle, and here's Marty Snyder.
At the end of this race, Bill, Greg Biffle told me he's headed south to go fishing for a while. The man deserves a vacation. By starting this race, he became the first man ever to start all the Busch Series races and all the Cup Series races in one season. By the way, the car just about perfect. Matt?
Jeff Gordon on a drive for 5 championships, also on a drive to score his first race victory in Nextel Cup here at Homestead. This is one of 4 racetracks that he's yet to finish in victory lane. He was losing time in traffic, Bill, but once he got clean air, he's back on the move.
Kurt Busch in the 97, calm and cool on the radio. Car is just a little tight. They have talked about a track bar adjustment. Now Kurt also talking to Jimmy Fettig about the possibility of an air pressure adjustment. In the 12 car behind him, Ryan Newman, the car is a tick loose tight in the center. He's also got some damage to the skirt on the lower left front of that car. He said he's talking also about debris in one of the turns. Matt?
Bobby Labonte, winless in 2004. Like Kevin Harvick, his season took a turn for the worse at Fontana when he dropped out of the top 10 in the standings. He hasn't had a top 5 finish since June. Would love to finish out this season, Dave, on a very positive note with a strong run, possibly a win.
Kevin Harvick currently running in the 6th position now. Started this race in the 9th position, has moved up. His car just a little bit loose right now. Remember, Kevin won the Busch race here yesterday. Momentum definitely counts for something. Tony Stewart, he hasn't moved much from his early starting position. His car just a little bit loose now, according to the driver. Marty?
Dave, Casey Kane continues his fantastic rookie season. He's finished 5th in the last 3 races. If he can do that today, he will break Ryan Newman's record for most top 5s in a rookie season. Car just a little bit tight right now. Rusty Wallace running his next to last NASCAR Nextel Cup season. Car a little bit too tight for Rusty Wallace, but he's been strong here late in the season with 3 top 11 finishes in the last 4 races. And Ricky Rudd's season has been revitalized since Michael McSwain came on board, currently running in the 10th position with a race car that is a little bit tight. Dave?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. started this race 16th, moved up a few positions early on, wondered out loud to his crew, did we make the car too good, too quick? They've been struggling with this car this weekend, trying to bring it home to the championship. Marty?
Dave, earlier this season at a team meeting, Elliott Sadler made spaghetti for the entire team. Now they want it every weekend because it was so supposedly so good. A little bit tight with a race car. This is the team that has not finished in the top 20 in the last 4 races. They want to finish strong today. Mark Martin, the 5th place man in the championship, says, I want scuffed tires on the next set. I believe the car will be better with scuffs. They started the race, obviously, with sticker tires, and he is the 5th place man in the championship, currently running in 13th. Mark, or Dave?
Jamie McMurray, the guy who's locked up 11th and the $1 million that goes along with it, currently running in a race car that he described as tight in turns 1 and 2. He wants a track bar adjustment on that car during the first pit stop. Brendan Gaughan with a good run, moving forward in the 77 from his starting position of 17th. He wants his car just a little bit tight. Doesn't want a big adjustment on the first stop. Guys?
Caution flag is out. There is debris. I thought I heard him say on the back straightaway.
Well, this is what Jimmy Johnson needed right here.
Front straightaway. I'm sorry. There it is. Just below the flag stand.
That looks like the piece off Ryan Newman's car.
And so this is the 3rd yellow flag.
And it is.
And he's going to bring everybody to pit road.
Oh, man. All right, guys.
Pressure's on you now.
I like what you were talking about earlier, too, Wally. Big break for Jimmy Johnson. He's moved through the pack to 17th. Now his crew, that we know to be excellent, gets a chance to get him a couple more spots.
I bet they do.
Jimmy Fennick trying to get the lay of the land here to know how many pit boxes away to count his driver in. You always hear him on the radio, 5, 4, 3.
And I tell you what, he doesn't have to look too far to see what the 48 car is doing, does he?
Got an access road on the inside of the turns that they use to come into and off of pit road and rejoin the racetrack. That's where they are now.
Yeah, that's great under yellow, but it gets pretty exciting when you got to make a green flag pit stop there.
Yeah, because right now they're traveling about 45 miles per hour, which is pit road speed limit. And on the green flag, you can go as fast as you can. As you dare, that's better.
Lap 49, first stops. Go ahead, Marty.
Greg Biffle, your leader, says the car is pretty much perfect, just a little bit free. He said don't touch the chassis, though. It'll be 4 tires and no changes. Matt?
Jeff Gordon's team waiting for Jeff to hit his marks in his pit box. He will stop short to allow the 48 to go around and have an easy entry and allow Jeff an easy exit. Going to make a wedge adjustment and air pressure adjustment. The car was extremely tight in the center of the corner, Bill.
Kurt Busch in the 97 car. It's air pressure and a track bar adjustment. The car is just a little too tight. Doesn't turn as well as he wants. Looks like he won the race off of pit road. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson coming in later because it was so far back. Now the 48 leaving after the 4 tires and fuel.
Let's check the camera we have at the scoring line at pit exit and see who won that race off pit road.
Well, there comes Biffle, and there comes Busch.
That was close.
It was close, but Biffle was the winner.
That's the advantage of that first pit stall, and you earn that pit stall by qualifying on the pole. Dave, what's up with Junior?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. told his crew, good off the corner, just need to fix the loose end and the tight in the middle. They made a track bar wedge and air pressure adjustment to help Junior.
Greg Biffle holds the lead on the set of pit stops. Kurt Busch will come out second, Jeff Gordon third, Kevin Harvick fourth, and Ryan Newman will round out your top 5. Jamie McMurray's crew won $20,000 in the McDonald's Drive-Thru Pit Crew Championship, fueled by Powerade at Darlington. Spent the least amount of time on pit road among participating crews, and check this out.
1 point between first and second. Wow, is that close?
200 grand on the line today, depending on how that comes out.
All right, Matt was talking earlier about Jeff Gordon short pit and so 48. See, Jeff Gordon is way back from the line. Here's the line right here. So he stopped way back so Jimmy Johnson could come in and swing and have all this extra room. And then when Jimmy Johnson is his pit, Jeff Gordon has all this room to get out. And that was a great move on for both those guys, especially Jeff Gordon.
And that's the great part about being teammates and pitting together.
Exactly.
Because if the 48 car had another car behind him, it would not be as good. Hey, what is this, Marty?
BP, check out the right front from Greg Biffle's car. This is shredding on the inside of the tire. This was from a race car that was supposed to be handling, ideally, just a little bit free. Already a problem developing on these right front tires today. I did check with Doug Richard, the crew chief. He said they were conservative on the camber number, BP.
Well, they're going to have to go up on the air pressures, I think, a little bit to start with, but that might help that.
Oh, look at that mess off turn 2. They're about 3 deep there for about 7th place or so. It's at Rusty Wallace in 8th, Dale Jr. in the middle of that soup in 9th.
Boris Sed's in there, 36. Mark Martin, he gets to see it all happening.
Mark's in 11th place. Some lap cars down to their inside. Zero Mike Bliss is a lap down in 35th. Boris, you mentioned Wally, he's a lap down in 36th after that early spin. And that's just not the kind of sight.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon's got some sheet metal flap, and that'll probably wind up coming. That's his whole left rear fender.
And the gas neck is located in that.
And for 4th place, Ryan Newman. Got a run on Kevin Harvick.
And Robbie Gordon has been given a black flag by NASCAR to please take that car to pit road.
People wonder where debris cautions come from. Stuff like that.
Good start.
Yeah. So Ryan Newman up to 4th, ahead of Kevin Harvick, and now closing Tony Stewart. You see in the orange car. They're behind the top 3 of Biffle, Busch, and Gordon. Here's
and here
Martin.
comes Mark Martin on the inside of Casey Kane. That's for the 10th position.
Kenny Wallace there in the 00. He's a lap down. Not racing for position with these guys.
Mark's car looks like it's sticking real well down there on the bottom. He's using that bottom. Again, he goes down to the bottom and then gets back on the gas. Hard on the gas. This is one of those places you just really roll out of the throttle. You go in pretty hard, but you just roll out of the gas. You may just tap the brake a little bit, but you let the car roll until you really feel like it's going to stick, and then you pick the throttle up again. And his car's working good if he can run on the bottom like that.
Might have seen onto the top of the screen while we were following Mark. Jimmy Johnson sweeping down to the inside. Just picked up a couple of spots, BP.
Currently running 15th. Bill, what are they saying?
Nothing, Benny. You know what that means, don't you?
It's good.
That's right. That car looked familiar to it. Well, it has the same paint scheme and everything, but it's identical to the car they took to victory lane last week. In fact, it is the car they took to victory lane last week. Tested here with something else. This car was so good, they brought this one here, hoping for a repeat performance.
39th to 14th for Jimmy Johnson in the opening laps.
All right, here comes Ryan Newman, the 12 car, closing in on the back of Jeff Gordon. That's the battle for the third position. Hey, Matt, 24 got any problem, or is the 12 faster?
BP, Jeff Gordon was told in the last caution, for the first 15 or 18 laps, the 16 and 97 of Biffle and Busch are much faster, but then the times level off, and then Jeff starts to really make some headway. They made 2 days of testing here. All they did were long runs. That's what they're hoping for, so Jeff can slowly reel in the leaders.
And another thing is these guys are all aware now that the 16 has tire problems. So they're not, yeah, he may be fast now, but he may not make it 60 laps before a pit stop. So they're just concerned on what their car's doing right now and making sure that they don't have any tire issues.
Because every one of those crews saw that same tire we saw on our screen and realized, hey, fellas, there could be an issue here.
Let's see if Newman can slide underneath him here.
He's trying.
Mark Martin trying to take a spot away from Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's going to be 9th place they're wrestling for there, Dave.
And Junior started actually in 9th and has picked up that 8th position now. Remember, he split the corner into 3 parts, and he said the only thing good about my corners right now is it's good off the corner. Well, unfortunately, he radioed in just a few laps ago, better in through the middle, but it's picking the nose up off the corner. We made it tight in that third of the corner. Marty?
Dave, too tight on the first run for Mark Martin. They made an air pressure adjustment trying to get it better and put on those scuffed tires he wanted just now. Pat Bryson asked him, is it any better? He said it's definitely better as he passes Dale Earnhardt Jr.
All this going on behind Greg Biffle, who has been out in front since the 5th lap of the race. Kurt Busch led the opening 4, a few of those under caution. And he holds on to a strong 2nd place after that pit stop a couple of minutes ago, Bill.
And Alan, just a second ago, crew chief Jimmy Fennig talked to Kurt Busch about the tires, said your tires are fine, but their camber should not be an issue. There are other teams running more camber than the 97, which is the angle that the tire leans and attacks the track at. He said, your tires are fine, don't worry.
Just what a driver wants to hear.
Yeah, I wonder if the leader knows all that.
Don't worry. Greg Biffle out front here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
NBC's coverage of the NASCAR Ford 400 is brought to you by Mountain Dew, the taste everyone's mad about. By the United States Army, an army of one. By Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Call 1-800-RENT-A-CAR. Pick Enterprise, we'll pick you up. And by new M3 Power from Gillette, the new power behind the Gillette Young Guns.
On a beautiful day in South Florida, Greg Biffle leads the Ford 400 at the Homestead-Miami Speedway, and we're just past the 100-mile mark. Biffle has led all but the opening 4 laps of this race.
You know, we saw the right front tire off Greg Biffle's car, and Bill Weber talked about camber. Let's take you inside our Home Depot virtual garage and show you exactly what we're talking about by camber. Camber is how you lean the tire in or out. As you go in with the top of the tire, that's negative camber. But you see, down here how the inside of the tire is riding on the racetrack. The intent is down the straightaway, you're riding on the inside of the tire. When you get to the corner and the body compresses, the spring compresses, the pressure goes all the way across the tire.
Which heats it up.
Which heats the whole tire up. The problem is down the straightaway, that inside tire is always hot.
Always hot. And when you start on low pressures, that even aggravates the problem more because the tire flexes more, it stretches more, and it wants to tear that tire apart. So that's another bad thing about it.
So if they made those pit stops at lap 49, we'll keep an eye on Biffle about 85, 90 or so and see what happens there.
And you wonder about his teammate, Kurt Busch. Are they set up similar? Bill, what are they saying?
Well, as we talked about, the tires that came off his car were okay, but a few moments ago, Kurt talking to his crew chief about his right front. Give it a listen.
The track bar up is freed us up. For some reason, the right front is working harder. I'd like to take air out of that tire, but I can't, because otherwise it would put too much more stress on that tire. Gotcha. Yeah, we need to wash our right front. 16 was going to hurt one, but he's got about a half a degree more camber than us.
So the 16 of Biffle, more camber than the 97 of Busch. Remember, Kurt's car was tight, so it is not as tight as it was. They did loosen it up. But guys, Wally Benny, that's what we'll watch for, that camber issue on the right front.
Yep. And he even said about the, you could drop the pressures to help get more grip, but it's that side force on the tire that wants to rip that tire even when it's brand new.
Kurt Busch is running second, Jeff Gordon fourth, Mark Martin eighth, Jimmy Johnson up to ninth, and Junior has fallen back to 12th place. And you see the standings as they run here just past 100 miles.
And Kurt Busch has said, please, Greg Biffle, don't have a tire problem. Once again, he is now a huge Biffle fan because he's the guy that has a chance to lead the most laps today.
Jeff Gordon worked to hold off Ryan Newman for that third spot for a long time, Matt. Finally had to give it up.
The tire wear, Alan, on the 24 car looked very good, but the lap times do not. Jeff came on the radio and said, whatever changes we made, it's obvious that we didn't do enough to help this car. It is still way too tight off the corner. Finally, back at lap 76, he just allowed the 12 to go by. He didn't want to force the issue.
There again, you can't force the issue today, this early in the game anyway, when you're racing for a championship.
And he's moved up the racetrack, trying to go up the racetrack and not put so much pressure on the right front tire.
Mark Martin started 11th. Marty, he's up to 6th. Check that, I'm sorry, he's up to 8th.
Yeah, running well, though, Alan. And it ran well early in the run, but now Mark said it's getting too tight. He told Pat Trice, listen, we got tight too early in this run. We have to free this car up. I can't be this tight, this long. This is not the car they tested here. Pat said maybe that was a mistake to bring this one, but this one has performed so well, finishing second at Atlanta and at Darlington. Bill?
Marty scanning the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson. I just had to check my scanner to make sure it was working because I'm not hearing a thing, and that's because Jimmy is not talking. The only thing on that radio, crew chief Chad Knaus calling out lap times. Johnson continues his march to the front from 39th. Dave.
Bill, Junior's team not calling out anything. Very, very, very quiet on the radio, and that's how Junior likes it. The only conversation is from him, and it's not good. Last time he radioed in on lap 87, four-wheel slide, won't turn in the middle or off the corner. Not happy with the race car.
Did you see that progression of the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson? Wow, was that impressive.
Yeah.
And now he's in a position where he's running in the top 10. The cars are good. He doesn't have to race in the track. He's much happier right now than he was about 50 laps ago.
There's Jimmy, who has had a lot of success on mile-and-a-half speedways this year. This Homestead track, a mile-and-a-half. Jimmy has won 3 of the 8 races on a 1.5-mile track so far this year. That's a pretty good record.
Yeah, I would say.
Chad Knaus, the crew chief, watches as he goes by.
About 4 laps, 5 laps, and then neutraled up, and now I'm tight like I was first run.
And when he's talking about how the car starts out loose, like we talked about. Normally that's what happens, and then it goes to neutral. And as the fuel burns off, the car's not turning well. It's tight. What they'll try to fix is they'll try to get that car neutral for a longer period of time.
Last lap, Jimmy Johnson turned the fastest lap of everyone on the racetrack. He's in 9th, though, 8 seconds behind leader Greg Biffle. It's the Ford 400 for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series from the Homestead-Miami Speedway in South Florida. The final race at the end of the day today. They'll pass out the championship trophy. Greg Biffle is out in front, as he has been for all but the first 4 laps of this race. He's got 2.5 seconds on his teammate Kurt Busch.
See the 23 car of Shane Meal about to be lapped, and guess what? Jimmy Johnson, his 48 car, continues to go towards the front as he goes by Rusty Wallace. Bill?
Car's been good, Benny. Jimmy's report that it was neutral at the beginning. A couple of laps ago, he said it is starting to tighten up a little bit, and that is the general consensus among these guys down here on pit road. The longer you go, the tighter it gets.
There's a good segue as Jimmy Johnson makes a terrific come-from-the-back run today to our singular wireless race talk poll, which has to do with best comebacks of 2004. Remember Jeremy Mayfield clinching his spot in the chase for the championship at Richmond, or Jeff Gordon in the turn 1, lap 1 thing, and then the crash with Rusty Wallace and coming back to finish second in Charlotte? Or Jimmy Johnson's 4 wins in 5 races in the chase, or Kurt Busch coming back from the turn 1, lap 1 thing, for the top 5 finish at Charlotte? Give us a vote.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty good.
And this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one too, possibly.
Yeah. Johnson started 39th today. He's up to 7th.
Burns, what's going on?
Bad vibration for Dale Jarrett. Heartbreaker, right rear, they think now on the 88 car. He'd moved his way all the way up to 13th after starting in the back of the pack. They're going to change all 4 just to make sure, but a quick on and off pit road under green for Dale Jarrett.
Under green and a little bit out of sequence. That may come around to bite him.
And Jarrett had a good run going.
Yeah, sure did, BP. Started in 27th, and he was up to
13th,
about 13th place.
Kevin Harvick trying to make a move on Jeff Gordon.
That's going to be for 4th, Wally.
And Gordon, fighting that car a little bit. Harvick, if he can stay down on that low groove, similar to what Ryan Newman did, he'll eventually pass the 24 car, because if the 24 car is tight, he's not going to really be able to hold off Kevin. See, Kevin can run a lot lower, so he'll wear him out here, or Jeff may just say, go. Can't hold up. And that's what he did. He pointed out the window. Jeff just pointed his hand out the window. Kevin, go ahead. Go to my left.
Kevin, not one of the guys chasing the championship here today, and a lot of the focus in the build-up to the race, obviously, and deservedly so, is on the guys racing for the big trophy. What about the guys that aren't in the championship? What are they racing for today? Well, it's trying to get yourself going for next season. There's a big momentum value in this sport. And somebody like Kevin Harvick that really hasn't had the kind of season he wants this year, he could do a lot for his team this winter by winning today.
And it's a great race team. And Childress Racing is used to winning races. So, yeah, you always want to finish off the year on a high note. And so this is a real important race for everybody in the field. And believe me, everybody in this race, even the guys in the back, are racing as hard as the guys are in front. They're trying to make it happen for the team and sponsors.
Hey, you're the winner for the next 2.5 months.
Like it when it works that way, right? Here are the standings as they run. Kurt Busch's lead, 41 points over Jeff Gordon, who's in 5th. Jimmy Johnson in 7th, now 47 points back. Kurt Busch says today is the opportunity you dream of, and he hopes to take advantage of. The 26-year-old from Las Vegas, Nevada, trying to lock up his first Nextel Cup championship. Trouble here at Homestead for the championship leader, Kurt Busch.
Right front flat, you heard it from the man, Kurt Busch.
And he's on the apron of the racetrack, Kurt. Not too fast because you can't control it. Bill?
Spotter tells the crew, coming to you just as fast as you can blink your eye.
Oh, and he loses the wheel. Wow. Or loses the tire.
And he just missed clobbering the end of that wall.
That's going to be a caution. That's actually good luck for him.
Long way to go, though, to get to his pit stall, the #1 stall, all the way at the end of pit road. They are ready for him. They are on the wall.
That's the wheel in there, isn't it?
Did the lug nuts come off?
It looks like the whole wheel came off.
And they're grinding that suspension, dragging it down the pit lane while he's running there.
Let's see what comes off. The center. There's the center. He just took off with the wheel.
Wow.
And you know what? The tire's still going.
Tire over there.
I believe that he stayed on the lead lap.
He's out ahead of the pace car, Benny.
Watch if that tire turns. I believe the whole wheel came off. It just busted right out of the center.
What causes that?
I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah, the center is gone. What normally causes that is loose lug nuts and the thing working back and forth.
But he never complained about a vibration. That is really strange. And he did stay on the lead lap.
Wonder what damage he might have done with all that stuff dragging down pit road, though. Brake rotors.
Yeah, you got
tie rod ends.
There's a lot of things. Exactly. You got a big, heavy race car that's just grinding all those pieces as you're trying to work your way into the pits.
We're on the lead lap. You can pit this time.
So now Kurt's back in 28th place, and there's the championship picture all of a sudden.
Hey, we've been saying it all along. It can change at any second.
It was gonna blow, dude. I just had that feeling. It was vibrating in here.
Okay, there he did say it was vibrating.
Loose, but it had.
So he did notice it.
I think loose lug nuts was the culprit there.
That's when he talked about, remember when he went back out after they pitted, that's when he talked about, I don't like the way the right front feels.
Wow. Here they come to pit road. Stops at lap 94, Marty.
Your leader, Greg Biffle-Allen, said maybe we can free it up a little bit on this stop. He will be top of your screen. What they're going to do is a half pound out of the left rear tire and a half a pound of wedge. 4 tires, small changes for the 16 team. They're very happy, just a little bit tight. Matt?
Jeff Gordon had to pull around the 12 of Newman. You can see the orange tape on the pit box. That was where they put the sign to help the 48, 4 feet back from where they normally have it. Track bar and wedge to help the tightness, Bill.
48 car just a little bit tight. Kurt Busch pulls way up in his pit stall. That will help Jimmy Johnson, who's pitted behind him. Johnson leaves behind him. Now they go to work on the 97 of Busch. They've already changed the right side. They changed the right sides again, work on the right front fender. Then they come around to the lefts and put on the left side. So Kurt was aware that right front was bothering him. Then it went. Now they pull the fender, the sheet metal away from that right front tire. Kurt very calm, very patient on the radio. They're going to try and beat it out with a hammer. They've got a tape bandage ready to slap it up there on the right front if they need it. They want to make sure that sheet metal is not rubbing against that tire when he goes back out on the racetrack. Now the question is going to be what caused that.
And Bill, they got to be concerned that the fender doesn't grab too much air as it goes by and act as a parachute.
So the first exclamation point moment on this day in the chase for the championship. Kurt Busch, lap 91. His right front tire, the wheel breaks. He narrowly misses the end of pit road, but he is still on the lead lap. Kurt Busch's chance to win this championship almost came to a smashing end against the end of pit wall.
Watch how close he gets to the entrance of pit wall here. Wheel leaks right here.
What was it? A foot? No more than a foot.
I would say inches on that one.
I'll bet the under there.
Yeah.
Man.
But Kurt stayed on the lead lap. He's back in 28th place with a chance to rally. It's not over. He's just got a hole to dig out of. By the way, Marty Snyder made a great point to us during commercial from down on pit road. He said if that wheel had not gone out on the racetrack from Kurt's car, then the caution probably wouldn't have come out. He'd have gone a lap down making the tire change.
Exactly, or more.
So I guess now the question is how much damage?
That's the key. How much damage has he done? Is the car still driving as well as it did before the tire came off?
We have a camera on Kurt. We'll keep an eye on him. We have cameras on Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon as well at all moments throughout this race. Also watching closely Mark Martin and Dale Jr., the 5 contenders in this chase for the championship. Now, Gordon lost a little bit of ground just before that last caution. Now he's got some ground to make up if they successfully adjusted that car.
Making some up right there. Just went past Harvick.
So to put Gordon to 4th, Tony Stewart to 3rd.
And Jeff Gordon, that 24 car, just closes in right on the back bumper of Tony Stewart.
So do we think that Gordon knows what's happened to the 97?
Oh, yeah.
The way he's driving, he knows, because he appears to be more aggressive now than ever.
Jimmy Johnson, Mark Martin locked up in a fight for position. Johnson is 7th, Martin is 8th. And there's Kurt.
He's got to go through what Jimmy Johnson went through earlier today.
Trying to work his way back through that traffic. Bill, what's he saying? Is the car okay?
He hasn't said anything since they went back to green. But I want to show you something, Benny. This is a tire, a wheel down here in the 97 pit. This part right here, this flat part in the center of the wheel, minus the lug nuts, this part is what they took off the car, only there was a chunk of it missing. It's like a donut that somebody took a bite out of. Now that piece that they're missing is actually on their pit box here on pit road. Jimmy Fenning has it wrapped in a towel and has his foot on it, laying on the floorboard of their pit box. This was his conversation with Kurt Busch after they got the car back out on the track.
The wheel was tight. I think the wheel broke, but it don't show any signs of that wheel, like he didn't have the lug nuts tight, Kurt. But the wheel just broke.
10-4, I guess we get to buy all new wheels next year.
Yeah, we do every year anyway.
Well, maybe we'll buy new wheels starting at Loudon for the final 10 next year.
And that's Kurt Busch. He gets a lot of flack for the way he talks to his crew, but he has a sense of humor and a wit you have to come to appreciate. I talked to Jimmy Fenning, his crew chief, about this morning. He says that's the kind of athlete you want in your car. You watch any other sport, these athletes get upset because they're not doing perfectly. That's the guy he wants up on his wheel.
You know, and I got to believe, Jimmy Fenning, that the studs are not injured on that, that the lug nuts were, in fact, tight. As we see Mark Martin trying to pass Jimmy Johnson. If those lug nuts were loose, it would have ground up those studs, right? And they'd have spent a lot of work repairing that. Marty?
BP, this is the part of the run where Mark Martin's car is very good. It takes off well, but the thing Mark wanted, it got too tight too early for Mark in the run. So they made air pressure and a wedge adjustment on the last stop, trying to get Mark a little bit looser, but you can see he's a little bit faster than Jimmy Johnson right now.
So Mark up to 7th place and Jimmy back to 8th. Meantime, let's check on Jeff Gordon. He's running 4th, Matt.
Alan, to answer BP's question, Jeff Gordon came on the radio when he saw the cautions and why are they throwing the caution? There's nothing on the racetrack. Robbie Loomis quietly said, it's the tire from the 97. That's all they told him. He said, oh, this car has been tight all day. They went back on the air pressures, BP, trying to make this car freer in the center of the corner for Gordon.
That's a concern that most teams have had right there. The car does not want to turn properly, wants to continue going straight ahead.
And that's a problem because there's a wall there.
Yeah.
So Jeff Gordon running in 4th place now and leading the championship as they run in the race. But we got a long way to go. Our Wendy's race menu. The championship trophy will be passed out in a couple of weeks at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. See the awards ceremony live on TNT Friday night, December 3rd at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And then a recap of the awards ceremony on NBC December 5th at 2 Eastern Time.
Tony Stewart taking 2nd spot from Ryan Newman.
And Dale Jarrett, the 88 car, passed all those cars to get the next car behind Greg Biffle, but Jarrett is 2 laps down.
Let's check those championship standings as we approach just past, actually, 150 miles in the race. How about that? See, Kurt's not out of it. He's got a lot of time to try and get back to the front as well. The drama's going to build to this one right until the very last lap. Greg Biffle leads.
Homestead, Florida, set up the final race of the 2004 NASCAR Nextel Cup season, the race that will decide the championship, the Ford 400. It's been some trouble. What's up?
Got one up in the wall in turn 2.
Jeremy Mayfield.
Sure looks like right front tire trouble, doesn't it?
And his teammate just hit pit road with left front tire problems. Blown tire, that's obviously the result of a blown right front tire.
Because the car is still running. He's driving it toward pit road.
So this would be the 5th caution of the race. Let's talk a little strat. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, you got a lot of worried crew chiefs on pit road right now because we obviously have a lot of tire situations. So people are going to have to start adjusting to help that.
Try to help that tire out. Looking back from Michael Waltrip.
See it go down. You saw the car drop.
Going in the wall behind you.
The car drops like that. That's because the tire went flat.
Drag it back around to the garage. Things get hot.
Yeah.
Let's see how many of the leaders pit here and if anybody makes a strategy play to stay out.
I don't think with tires blown anybody's going to make a strategy call to stay out.
So only pitted at lap 94. It's not even 20 laps ago. But you're right, Wall. Here they all come. So Greg Biffle, Tony Stewart, Rusty Wallace, Jeff Gordon, Ryan Newman, the top 5. Mark Martin, Jimmy Johnson, 6th and 7th. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is 10th. And Marty Snyder's got the leader's pit stop for us.
And that would be Greg Biffle out on the call. We talked about it in the Discover Card Countdown to Green. Triple Indy. The gas man will go over, help the guys make the stop. It worked for Kurt Busch last week. A very fast stop they had. Greg Biffle hoping it works for him today. 4 tires, no changes. Matty?
Jeff Gordon had climbed at the 3rd, then faded back to 4th. They feel like they're making big headway on the handling of the race car. It's still too tight. They're going to go up again, Bill, on the track bar.
Jimmy Johnson is on pit road. His crew chief asked him if the car was okay. He said it was fine. He races Gordon off pit road. No changes. The 97 crew doing a pit stop. They call the Darlington deal. Now they're waiting on fuel. They're waiting to top off the fuel. This is not what they were hoping for. It did not go smoothly. Now they're going to come around, and now they're going to go ahead and change left side tires. So they were trying a different type of pit stop here. It didn't work out, losing a lot of positions on pit road. They'll make sure they get it right, and then they'll send him back out. Wow.
Now the 38 got out awfully quick. They may have taken 2.
And Ryan Newman got out ahead of him, Wally. While Kurt Busch's crew is going to regroup. Caution just past 150 miles in the Ford 400 at Homestead. We'll be back.
NBC's coverage of the NASCAR Ford 400 is brought to you by Budweiser. It's time for a fresh one. Grab a Budweiser. The race is on. By McDonald's. By Discover Card. It pays to discover. And by Quaker State. The power to reduce friction. On the Discover Card Countdown to Green before this race, we talked about passion, performance, and perfection. If you weren't perfect, you probably weren't going to take home the Nextel Cup. The last pit stop for the 97 car was far from perfect. It worked last week, not this week, and Kurt Busch, the driver of that car, not pleased.
Well, I'm really glad I worked up past those cars, Doug. All right, boys, it's like we took a provisional. There are no mistakes from here on out. We are starting in the back. We have to work our way forward just as we had a provisional, and it's a shorter race. Hit your marks. Know what you're doing. Focus.
Crew Chief Jimmy Fennig got on the radio after that, said 150 to go, guys. That's our race. Benny, they tried this last week. It worked, but not today.
What they're trying to do is let the gas man help the right front tire changer. He takes the tire off. But the left side, now there's some confusion. It was like it was a 2-tire stop, and the gas man finally gets back around to the rear of the car and puts some fuel in it. So I'm confused, Bill, as to exactly what they were trying to do there.
What they were trying to do, Benny, 4-tire stop, get the right sides done, then come back, do the left sides because they didn't need all that fuel, but then it just didn't work out as they had orchestrated. They called it the Darlington stop. That's what Jimmy said as Kurt was coming down pit road.
I got you.
Well, you can certainly hear the frustration in Kurt Busch's voice in that deal. I mean, he's just, where's that coming from?
Those clouds overhead. You lived in Florida for a time. You know what those little showers can be like when they pass overhead, right?
Just passing, just passing.
That's right. So under the caution, it looks like it's going to be extended a little bit because of a little excess humidity here in South Florida. And we work the caution here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway with a couple of brief raindrops falling. Looks like it's just about stopped already. Well, Bill, it's probably pretty hot down there. You're in the pit road, huh?
Yeah, this may be cooling things off a little bit. Jimmy Fennig, the crew chief for Kurt Busch, on the radio with his driver, looking at some of his numbers from the race. He's the guy that just told his driver we have a long way to go. Still waiting to talk to Leaning. Jimmy, first of all, what happened on that pit stop?
We were planning on doing a 4-tire, and I called it off and did a 2-tire, and we didn't get the gas in right away. I basically screwed that one up. I called the 4-tire originally and went down to a 2, so there's a long ways to go here. I believe we'll be able to come back after it and keep digging.
Do you know what happened to your wheel, Jim?
Don't know. The lug nuts were tight. I don't know the story behind it, but my tire guy says the lug nuts were tight, and I looked at the holes myself, and they look good, so I couldn't tell you.
Good luck.
Very honest man. You know, he got up there. Now, here's what happens. He comes in, Now, the tall guy, this is the gas man. The tall guy, he takes off the tire, gets out of the way. He runs to the back to get his gas can. But they changed the right side. The car is down, but the gas man, they still haven't put any gas in it. Everyone is waiting for the two-tire stop and for him to leave.
Except the gas man, who thought they were doing the special pit stop we talked about on Benny in the pits.
That's right. So now they're in there and they decide, well, we're in here. Let's change all 4.
That's right.
So for the second time today, the championship leader starting the day runs into some troubles. Now a little strategy played on this set of pit stops. Matty?
While watching that video, you can see both the 24 and 48 teams lead before the 97. 2 tires, Robbie. Are you making headway on the tight condition?
Yeah, I think we're making a lot of headway with the DuPont Chevrolet. DuPont race team's doing a great job. Just a matter of trying to get ourselves in a position here, get the track dry, go back green. Jeff's talking to me right now.
And Jeff Gordon told me yesterday, to win this championship, you're going to have to win the race. They don't have a car capable yet, Bill, of winning it, but they're gaining.
Chad Knaus, crew chief for Jimmy Johnson, a march through the field from 39th, 2 tires on your last stop.
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure we maintained our track position. You know, obviously it's pretty important here. We were back there in the back, and man, it was a melee back there. People crashing, running into one another. 29 bouncing off us going down the front straightaway. It was a disaster out there. So we wanted to make sure we maintained the track position. Let Jimmy stay up there. Next pit stop, obviously, we'll get 4 tires and everything will be back on schedule.
You said you'd come to the front, and you have.
Did I say that?
This morning when we were talking.
Yeah, I felt like we had a really good race car yesterday in happy hour, and we're not as fast as the 16 just yet, but we're getting closer.
Good luck.
Thank you.
David.
Tony Eury Jr., car chief for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Okay, he said way better in, still tight in the center. Do you think you fixed it?
Oh, yeah, we decided yesterday we just make small gains today. The car's getting better and better, and we took 4 here. A lot of guys took 2, so maybe we'll see if tires are an advantage for the end of the race right here. But all in all, we're pretty happy. We ain't been that great on these kind of tracks, and it looks like we got a top 10 car right now.
Thanks, Tony. Marty?
Dave, Mark Martin started 11th. He runs 11th. You've had a tight race car all day long. Pat Tryson, have you gotten it any better?
Yeah, we've gotten a little better each run. The Viger Ford Taurus to start off a little too tight, and freed up a little bit more this run. So last run was pretty good. Just need a little bit more. So hopefully we got it pretty close right now.
That's it for me. It was a no-brainer. 4 tires on that stop all the way. Alan?
Show me points. Look at this. 2 between Gordon and Johnson. Busch 54 back now, and we're not quite halfway through the Ford 400. It has been a day for the 5 drivers chasing the Nextel Cup Championship.
Lap 1, spin out. 0 car, Mike Bliss. 0-2, Hermie Sadler, but Jimmy Johnson able to get through.
And Johnson had to dodge another one just 5 laps later. And this one got a little close for comfort.
Yeah, Kenny Schrader gave him a little love tap in the right rear fender, but no damage. Mark Martin had a moment here. Got very loose. Saved it, though.
Then Kurt Busch running in 3rd place at lap 91.
Has the right front wheel brake. Actually, it broke off, and he almost ran into the end of pit wall.
Now check that. He was running in 2nd at the time that happened. Then had a pit road problem a minute ago, and speaking of pit road problems, what's this? Jeff Gordon is on the access road coming to pit lane. Matt?
Last time by, Jeff Gordon keyed the mic and said, look at my left rear tire. Does it look down to you? He says it feels a little funny. Robbie told him to drive the car back and forth to try to clean up the tires just to make sure that the sensation he was feeling was indeed a tire going down. They had Jimmy Johnson look at it. Jimmy reported back that it looked down to him, but he couldn't tell if it was low air pressure or if the tire was going down. They could not take a chance. Jeff Gordon on a drive for 5 championships. You saw how close the points were when we showed you the graphic of as they are running now. They're going to take a look. You can see how that left rear tire was indeed looking very down on pressure. This could actually be a huge break that this took place under caution versus 2 more or 3 more laps, and we've gone back to green, Bill.
Nothing so dramatic for the 97. They're simply coming in to top off. They're also going to work on that right front that got some damage when that wheel broke. Kurt also said, if I'm coming in, make sure you clean the windshield. So they top it off with fuel, work on the right front fender, clean the windshield, and now 26-year-old Kurt Busch heads out on the track and will try and do what Jimmy Johnson did earlier, march through the field.
That left rear did look low on the 24 car. I know we start with low pressures, but It looked flat.
Now, they just changed right side tires on their pit stop before.
That's right. It was used left that he had on the car, so they could not gamble on that. They had to come in. And what they were doing on the 97 car was trying to knock down the front air valence to get it closer to the racetrack.
We were coming to the restart. They have waved that off and put the lights back on atop the Ford Mustang pace car. So we'll take a break here, come back for the resumption of the Ford 400. The chase for the championship, its final chapter today at Homestead-Miami Speedway in South Florida. You ever read a book, and the closer you get to the end of the book, the more you keep turning pages faster and faster because you want to see how it ends?
What I do is run to the back of the book and look at the last page.
Well, not today.
Can't do that, no. We got to run each lap.
We know how the NASCAR Busch Series Championship ended. It ended yesterday with Kevin Harvick winning the Ford 300 as we get our NASCAR Busch Series update. Stopped Jamie McMurray's bid for 3 straight wins by 1 spot. And you're looking at the Busch Series champion for 2004, Martin Truex's final margin over Kyle Busch, 230 points. Congratulations to Martin and his Chance 2 racing team.
And Martin Truex will run about 7 Nextel Cup races next year, and then a full assault in 2006. Jeff Gordon, way back in the pack, back in 23rd spot after changing left side tires. Matt, was it flat?
BP, this is the left rear tire off Jeff Gordon's car. You can see how they've circled where the cut is. What they found, a small washer, BP, had gone into the tire, causing a leak. Jeff felt that sensation, and he is just so good. Why? He's a championship driver. Just like during final practice when he felt a friction with the car, vibration, they changed everything. He felt something wrong. Indeed, he was correct. Cut left rear tire.
And you know what happens is when you come in for a 2-tire change, you come off the racetrack with hot tires. You get on the apron or the access road where all that garbage is, and something like that goes into that hot tire because the tires are soft, and that's where he picked it up because they only changed right sides.
So now Jeff Gordon and Kurt Busch running back-to-back in 23rd and 24th places.
Looks like everybody's getting their shot to come from the back in the championship race here.
And these caution flag laps, this rain is not a good thing for Kurt Busch and Jeff Gordon. They need all the green flag racing they can get to work their way back to the front.
Gordon's coming in again.
We've got really nothing to lose.
Top off the fuel, maybe? Have not gotten the one-to-go signal. There's another little rain shower peppered turn 3 a second ago. It's kind of a Florida thing. It's sunny on the front stretch, but...
You know, one good thing about the clouds is yesterday around 3:30, 4 o'clock, the sun going into turn 1 was brutal. But I don't think they're going to have that problem today. The glare was terrible.
What are they doing to the 24, Matt?
Already in the back of the pack, they're going to bring the car in again. They're going to pull a spring rubber out of the left rear. Mikey Atwell will take that tire off, will reach in, pull that spring rubber out, and they're going to top this car off with fuel as Jeff Gordon will have to start at the back and begin his drive for 5 here in Homestead.
Here's our Wrangler 5-star finish. If you think this one has been twisted so far, how about last year? Bill Elliott led 189 of 267 laps. That was off turn 2 on the final lap. He was going to win the race.
Has a flat tire, and Michael McSwain, crew chief for Bobby Labonte, is thrilled as Labonte wins, and Elliott team cannot believe it.
You know how many laps Bobby Labonte led in that race?
1.
That's it.
Good to be lucky sometimes.
Yes, sir. Our Wrangler 5-star finish. Who knows what we're going to see later on today? We've had some twists already in this one. They've waved this restart off a couple times, but it looks like we're getting serious here.
Finally.
So Ryan Newman, the leader. Elliott Sadler in second. Jimmy Johnson third. Jeff Gordon 24th. Kurt Busch 23rd. Dale Jr. 9th, Mark Martin 10th. That's where they're running in the race.
You see Jimmy Johnson right now is 48-point lead, and he started 39th. Wow. But now, what Greg Biffle has got to do. He's currently in 4th position. Jimmy Johnson right in front of him. Biffle has 4 fresh tires. Johnson only has 2. He needs to get by that 48 car. Do not let that 48 car lead a lap and get those 5 bonus points if there's anything you can do about it.
But Johnson knows that he's got the car behind him on 4 tires, so he knows if he's going to do it, he's better do it in a hurry. So he's got to get by Sadler and Newman as quick as he can to get those points.
Who took fuel only on their pit stops and are on the 4 tires they were on when the caution first waved. Oh, and there's lap cars down to their inside, too.
Other than that, nothing's going to happen.
Orange car, there's Bobby Hamilton Jr., who is in 31st place, the first car 2 laps down.
Oh, and there goes Biffle. Yeah.
He's on the inside of the 48 car trying his best to get by Johnson.
4 tires. Marty.
Wally under the caution as crew chief Doug Richard told him exactly what BP was talking about. Do whatever you can to keep the 48 from leading the lap. He said, I've got that covered. Also under the caution, he thought he might have had a right side tire that was left loose during the pit stop. They had his teammate check it out. He said, you know what? Let's just stay out and see what happens.
Looks like it's pretty good right now. Time Newman got a really good start.
He got clear of the traffic.
Yep, clear of the traffic and driving away.
There's Dale Jarrett in the 88 car. He is
2 laps down.
First car now 2 laps down. Remember, he had that unscheduled green flag pit stop way early in the race. What was that? About lap, I guess that was lap 86.
And he has a fast race car, Dale Jarrett, in the 88 car. But he might not be able to overcome the bad luck of having a flat tire.
So what he's trying to do here is see if he can get in front of Ryan Newman before a caution comes out. And then he'll make up one of those 2 laps. And back in the middle of the mess.
There goes the 97 car, Kurt Busch. And the 24 car has been able to get by him.
You see him, gets a little bit high. Gordon works underneath him. Ooh, car jumps loose, getting off of turn 2 there. He had to back out of the throttle and gather up his composure.
That's got to be one frustrated young man behind the wheel of that race car right now.
Well, you can hear it in his voice on that last pit stop. It's definitely a lot of frustration there because, as I said earlier, it's theirs to give away, and so far they've been trying to give it away.
Yeah. So Kurt right now back in 22nd place, while Jeff Gordon is up to 19th. And anything in that whole hornet's nest of traffic in front of him happens, and Kurt's going to have some ducking and dodging to do. Benny, the day you won your championship at Rockingham, you kind of had a day that nothing seemed to go right. You must have been feeling that same kind of frustration that day.
That's exactly what I was feeling on lap 13. I hit another car that had spun and ripped off the right side of my car and spent an hour in the garage area trying to repair it. Luckily, I was able to do that. But meanwhile, which way is Junior going, Dave? Frontwards or backwards?
He's going forward, BP.
Good.
Yeah, as car chief Tony Uri told us that the car would be decent all week long for pit stop practice. The guys didn't do much different, and that was a good thing. They said, we've been doing pretty well lately. Don't change anything. They practiced 3 times this week. So far today, they've gotten Junior on and off pit road quickly. In fact, one time he said, guys, make it small. That was Junior saying. It actually said, dudes. He was telling them to make it small, make it quick, and they did.
Second place.
Greg Biffle, the 16 car, goes by Elliott Sadler.
Which we knew was going to happen. Yeah. What are they saying about the 38, Marty?
Well, Wally, I asked Todd Parrott why fuel only on the last stop. He said, I think we have a really good race car. I just want to see what it does in clean air and if it can get out up front and run up for those guys. And I believe it can. They've been tight for most of the afternoon long, but there went the 4 tires of Greg Biffle right past him. He said, I know we'll lose some spots. Just a question of how many we lose. Bill?
Well, Marty, the 12 car of Ryan Newman started off a little loose, then it got tight in the center, then it went back to neutral, and that's basically where it is now. Ryan saying the car is good, fuel only on their last stop, no reason to make any changes or let the tires on.
Dale Jarrett is catching them. He may get one of those laps back.
Ryan Newman started today 7th in the championship standings. He can finish as high as 6th or as low as 9th, depending on how this day unfolds for him. And that's a pretty good piece of change, separates those spots in the postseason payout.
And 17 of Matt Kenseth.
Left front flat.
Left front tire is flat, and he slowed in front of all the cars, and somehow they missed him.
Now, were those guys, they changed 4 or 2?
They changed none, fuel only on their stop.
They did not change any. I don't know if you said that. I'm trying to listen to him on the radio as well, guys. Figure out what is wrong with this car. And it doesn't look like they were ready for that. Obviously, it was very quick for Matt to enter pit road. They'll now put on right side tires, make a 4-tire stop for Matt. Remember, he started this race 27th, had moved his way all the way up into the top 10, did not change tires on that last stop, and it may have been him.
Wow, this is a long pit stop, Dave.
Really confused. The front tire changer went to the right side. The left side tire changer, rear tire changer, I should say, went to the rear.
Yeah.
I went to the left side. Yeah.
Like Dave said, Matt only had his problem going into turn 3, and he got to them really quickly. So not a lot of time to make that call and get everybody on the same page, Dave.
Alan, Matt just confessed on the radio, I was doing so much in traffic trying to drive to the car, I could not get to you until I was in the middle of 3 and 4.
And the 9 car also, Casey Kane had a flat tire, rear tire, and he made an unscheduled stop.
Usually the spotter will say, hey, we got a problem, we're coming in.
By the way, Matt Kenseth's problem is going to get worse here.
Because he entered the racetrack off of turn 4. He did not use the access road. See the 48 car going by Elliott Sadler, about of a 3rd spot.
So just to zip up the Kenseth thing, that's a pass-through penalty. He has to come down pit road at the pit road speed limit.
So he'll be 4 laps down when it's all said and done here.
So Johnson 3rd, Gordon 16th, Busch 17th, Earnhardt Jr. 8th, Martin 10th. That's what the standings look like at the moment. Talking about the highs and lows of this chase for the championship. Jimmy Johnson has had both ends of that. The troubles in the races that set him back some. When he finished 37th at Talladega, they had an overheating problem. 32nd at Kansas when they had troubles and spun out, Bill. But then 4 wins in the last 5 races.
And right now, Alan, the 48 car, good. Loose, but good from the driver.
But in the garage area this week, those guys and the 24 guys, they were a lot looser than I thought they would be here, because they figured we got nothing to lose. We're just going to go out and try to win this thing, and we don't have anything to lose. Where on the other hand, the 97 did. So I think their attitude was, they were having a lot more fun than I thought they would this weekend at Homestead.
They were not having a lot of fun on Friday, though, when they qualified 39.
No,
that was not a good day.
No.
What'd they do? They covered the car up and sent everybody home.
Here comes Biffle, that 16 car. And 4 fresh tires versus no tires. Not much of a contest, usually.
Well, that was just a matter of time.
Greg Biffle back to the point here at Homestead-Miami. Gave you our Singular Wireless Race Talk poll earlier, talking about great comebacks that we've seen this season. You voted.
Oh, I agree with him for once. Well, how about that?
That's what I was talking about. Johnson with those struggles at Talladega. Oh,
we got one on the wall.
One on the wall. It is Mike Bliss. Yellow flag with 1:21 to go.
Well, that means they can all make it on one more stop.
And 4 tires.
Driver's side impact for the 0 car. He was glad to see that safer barrier in place.
He kind of backed it in, so he either got turned or just got loose getting in.
Not going to be the kind of finish that Mike Bliss has enjoyed earlier this season. He's run 3 Nextel Cup races this year. He's got 2 top 10 finishes.
Had a great run at last week at Darlington. There's see Bliss's car, and boy, it doesn't. Something is bent.
Let's see if we can catch what happened. He's already at the top, and it's already happening. So, can't really tell.
Kurt Busch and Jeff Gordon sliding underneath it.
There we see Kurt Busch is closed up right behind Jeff Gordon. They go by the wrecked race car and say, all right, here we go. Pit stops once again.
Opportunities to advance, opportunities to mess up.
We've seen a lot of that.
Stops will be at 1:19 to go. And Greg Biffle is going to lead him in. Marty.
Alan, the leader's going to do that trick pit stop again. They call it Triple Indy on the 16 team. They've had a couple radio problems, but otherwise, Greg said everything is perfect. Doug Richard, the crew chief, said we have to keep on our game here. 4 tires, no changes for the 16 car. Bill?
48 of Jimmy Johnson pulls into his stall and this time angles out because he knows the 97 will be there. Tear off the windshield. That 48 car getting a little tight, Matt.
Tear off the windshield for Jeff Gordon. Wedge adjustment already completed. He said the car started out good on that run. Restarting Bill 27 made it up to 15.
No chassis adjustment for Kurt Busch in the 97, but it's 4 tires and he's on his way. Wow.
I don't know if Jeff Gordon or Kurt Busch won that battle off pit road.
Wow, they're way back in traffic. Yeah.
Way back in traffic now.
I saw Kevin Harvick get fuel only and Bobby Labonte get right side tires only. Tony Stewart beat the both of them off the pit lane. And I think he got fuel only, but I want to double check that down in the pit lane. Sort it out for you when we come back to South Florida. Getting ready to go back racing in the Ford 400 at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. We're past 200 miles in the race, and a little bit of strategy has shuffled up the running order off pit road. M3 Power, the new power behind the Gillette Young Guns, has been putting on the Gillette Young Guns Challenge. You could win $5 million. GilletteYoungGuns.com has details. Has to do with predicting the correct order of finish of the Young Guns drivers in today's race.
You did say $5 million, didn't you?
I did say $5 million.
I thought you said.
Okay, so.
Boy.
Want me to help you sort this out?
Go ahead.
Tony Stewart and Kevin Harvick, fuel only. They're first and second. Bobby Labonte, right side tires only. He's third. Scott Riggs and Michael Waltrip, also right side tires only. And they are 8th and 9th.
Okay.
The problem these guys, Tony Stewart, Harvick, Labonte have is Greg Biffle is right behind them with 4 tires.
Yeah. And then you've got Kurt Busch and Jeff Gordon on a restart again. They wish that would stop because this when you get these restarts, that's when things happen. So they would like for this thing to stretch out so they could race.
And Kurt Busch did beat Jeff Gordon off pit road, so he is 18th. Gordon is 19th.
And they got the lap cars in front of them to the inside of the leaders, and it's going to be very uncomfortable.
Here we go. See how Biffle's car sticks, goes right underneath Labonte already.
He's not sliding back through another. That's Ken Schrader. Had some troubles down there in the 49 car.
Biffle's going to be leading this thing in probably about 3 laps.
Ooh. Kevin Harvick got nudged by Matt Kenseth right at the head of the pack. Nice save, Harvick.
Very nice save. Here comes Labonte down low. I don't know if I'd do that or not.
Very nice, very wise decision Bobby made by applying the brakes in turn 1.
And Gordon and Busch's spotters are up there holding their breath, just waiting to shout trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see Kenseth gets in there and just touches the left rear of the 29 car of Kevin Harvick, and that's all it takes when you're going this fast through corner at Homestead.
It's at about 170 miles an hour.
Yeah,
there?
and you're already on the edge.
See, Kenseth is 3 laps down. All that trouble he had with the flat tire and having to come a pass-through penalty. He's 3 laps down as we see Junior and Carl Edwards in the 99 car.
Jeff Gordon making a 3 wide there for a pass. Pass Carl Edwards.
Hey, what's up with Junior here, huh?
He's going straight backwards. What is up with Junior? He's Dave.
Traffic issues, guys. He commented about another driver on the radio. Not sure who he meant with the nickname that he gave him. But car's a little free in. That's all Junior said, so no big deal.
He restarted 12th, and he's back in 21st now.
Wow, look at this.
Oh, wow.
Busy.
They were 4 wide at the start-finish line. They finally filtered down to about 2 or 3, and Kurt Busch is right behind all this.
Yep, Jeff Gordon's right there going, please let me get through this.
With his breath, probably.
anxious moments for these guys because they want to get in front of it as fast as they can.
Something happens in this mess and they get in it. They can throw their whole season away.
Oh, there it goes. 38
Elliott
goes
Sadler. Caution.
Well, it was just going to happen.
Just a matter of to whom.
Yeah.
So, 7th yellow flag is out. Elliott Sadler started this day in 9th place in the championship. Could have finished as high as 7th. Mike finished as low as 10th. And I'll bet the low number.
Oh, man, I'm telling you what.
And this is what these guys can be careful. Although it happened right behind them, Elliott just got loose, getting up off of 4. That's Sterling. Sterling just missed him. 40 car. A lot of damage to that car. He hit that car, the wall, very hard, and probably knocked the rear over, and a lot of damage.
Tell you what, though, for some of the accidents we've seen off turn 4 this weekend,
that's kind of tame, yes.
He got off with that one pretty light.
But he's not very happy, I'll tell you that. One more look. I don't know if he just lost it or he thought he was going to run up on the back of the 49 and jumped out of the throttle coming off the corner.
He was running 16th at the time. Junior was behind him, too.
On board the Ford camera on Carl Edwards.
I think he just got loose.
Probably did.
What Junior has to say about it. That's the way you like them to happen in front of you.
Never backed off
just
the
go.
throttle.
Disappear.
Pit road's open. Don't see any of the leaders or championship contenders are coming in, so we'll take a break. Stewart's the leader. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Just a little over 100 laps to go in the Ford 400 here in Homestead, Florida. Field under caution. Now, a lot going on here, too. Take a look down here in the 48 pit of Jimmy Johnson. See all those tires? Well, if you need any, you should call them because they got a bunch of extras because they've been going down and getting them off the 5 car. 5 car goes out, scuffs them, brings them back. They take them off. They bring them down here. So if this race is like 1,000 miles long, they're going to have enough tires. So basically what they're going to try and do is match up the codes on those tires and put the best sets they can on the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson. Now, the tires on the 97 car of Kurt Busch could be another story. Had a problem with the wheel once already. Listen to this conversation a moment ago.
Did you guys check all those wheels after we had that first problem? Yeah, all the wheels were looking good. Yeah, I got the same problem again with my right front, I believe. I mean, it's too hard to say. I don't know. You know, there's too much going on today. I say leave it. Just never mind. Just omit what I just said.
After that conversation, his crew chief Jimmy Fennick said, look, we've checked all the wheels. They all look fine. That's why they stayed out under this caution. So these championship contenders watching every inch of everything, trying to put themselves in a position for a shot here in the final 100 miles. Benny, there's even more stuff going on, isn't there?
There really, you know, we talked about it at the very beginning of the show. Dale Earnhardt Jr. had a new spotter today, Danny Culler, and you know what? I think Jr. kind of likes what he has to say.
Danny. Yeah. I know you've been doing the spot for a while, but I really like how you spot. You do a good job. Cool, thanks.
There he is. The guy with the red hat, Danny Culler.
Spotted for his dad. I was going to say like father, like son, but father liked and son likes, I guess. How the Coca-Cola Racing family, how they are faring today here at Homestead? Pretty good.
Not too bad, shabby at all. But Tony Stewart, how long can he stay in front of Greg Biffle with those 4 fresh tires? We'll see.
Elliott Sadler's gone back to the garage after the crash damage that brought out this last caution. Here we go, back racing. 107 laps to go. Just about to tick off 250 miles here in Homestead.
Boy, Matt wants that lap back, doesn't he? Or one of them, anyway.
He's got 3 of them to make up.
Well, there's one.
Entered the flat tire under the green flag earlier and came down pit road directly off the track without using the access road. There's Gordon busting out of traffic back in line.
24 by the 97, down on the low line.
And by the one and looking for more.
And Weber, you know, these guys are probably feeling and hearing every little thing about those race cars now, aren't they?
Absolutely. And in fact, just to follow up the tire story, a set from the 38, the Yates team, part of that Yates Roush engine package, just showed up with a 97 pit.
Oh, man, look at that. Right in front of them both.
And that was Mark Martin who just dove out behind the 0-1 car. And Gordon, no! Oh, man.
Thank you, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Joe is right.
Because Joe gave him a lot of room right there. Did not have to.
Oh, that's Casey Kane. The field scatters. Travis Quapple to the inside wall. Oh! And the outside wall. And they got through another one.
Holy cow.
I'll tell you, Travis Quapple in that 06 car, he turned that baby sideways, running about 180 miles an hour. See him moving around in the car.
Yeah, window net's down. Letting the rescue guys know he's okay.
Junior get a piece of that?
He was right in the middle of it. Car looks fairly clean right there.
Well, let's see. There we see Jeff Gordon. Kurt Busch.
Wow, they...
What's it? And Junior just goes right above the 9 car. I don't think he had any damage.
Oh, boy. That car wouldn't stop. Quapples. So what set the 9 apart? All right, he just
got high and got loose.
Wow, look at him come across the racetrack.
That's a scary part right there. When a car comes right back across the racetrack like that, oncoming traffic, it's very scary. Oh, that's why he got turned sideways.
Back her down, back her down, back her down, back her down. Watch him now, watch him now. Stay high, stay high.
On board Carl Edwards.
Now watch the white car up on the right. Up.
In front of you, slow it down, baby. Keep going, stay. Good job, good job.
Bobby Hudson, the spotter for the 99.
Here's our Kurt cam.
There's Mark Martin there as well. 6 car.
Had 3 of the contenders almost in a crash.
These guys are hating restarts right now. You know they are.
If one of these guys ends up with a big trophy at the end of the day, it may take them a while to catch their breath and be able to talk. 104 to go here in South Florida.
Back at the Homestead-Miami Speedway, still cleaning up from the most recent wreck near a restart, which has been a pattern lately. Dale Earnhardt Jr. got into the back of Travis Quapple and turned him around accidentally as they were checking up for that wreck. He had his crew come in and take a look at the front of the car. You can see the hood pushed down a little bit, and then just above the screen pushed in a little bit as well. So far, they don't think it will affect the radiator. The cooling on the car should be fine. They came and made a 4-tire stop, made no changes to Junior's chassis.
Well, if they were tight before, that may even help them, because I bet you that helps the front, pin the front of the car.
So what do the standings look like now?
Pretty close.
That is as few as 2 positions.
If Kurt Busch can gain 2 spots, he'll be tied with Jimmy Johnson. Oh, man. Marty, what happened to the 9 car?
Well, let's find out, BP. An outstanding rookie season comes to an early end here at Homestead. What happened?
We just were fighting the car all day and took some spring out, and the back got loose there, and I wasn't ready for it. I just spun out and crashed all by myself. So it's too bad. I'd like to thank all the Dodge dealers out there, UAW, Siemens, Valvoline, Mac Tools. They're going to need a lot of Mac Tools right now to go fix that thing.
Elliott Sadler also in the garage, asked for a little time to cool down. They're going to try to fix the 38 and get him back out on the track, Alan.
Following the pace car round is Tony Stewart. He is the race leader in the Ford 400. About to hit 100 laps to go. What's going to happen on this restart? Pace car's off. Green flag's up here at Homestead. Tony Stewart, Greg Biffle. Body to body, Kevin Harvick, Jamie McMurray, the top 5. Black flag for the race leader.
Tony Stewart has been black flagged?
That's what I'm hearing.
Too slow on the restart?
Wow, that's big.
The restart before that had been waved off because Tony Stewart was not keeping up with the pace car. So that's why they put the pace car back out in front. They issued a warning to Tony. And apparently you're supposed to stop weaving your car back and forth when you're in turn 3 on the lap to the restart. Not apparently. That's the instructions they gave out in the driver's meeting.
Right.
And Tony was still weaving his car coming off turn 4 down for the restart, so they black flagged him.
So that's why, because he was still weaving, not because he was too slow.
Right.
Okay.
There we see him back and forth trying to clear those tires of debris.
They told him stop doing that at that time, and there was the restart.
So he will be called in for a pass-through penalty, and that's going to put Greg Biffle back out in front of this race. If Tony doesn't pit this time, they show him another flag. It is a black flag with a white caution. Caution for debris.
See it right there in the middle of the racetrack. So,
but you can't pass now. Biffle can't go by now. The caution flag's out.
Who's that hit it? Jeff Green hit the debris.
Can you serve your penalty now under the yellow?
And yeah, you serve the penalty under the yellow, but here's also the question. Where was Matt Kenseth in relation to Stewart when the caution was called for and the field was frozen? I think he's going to be called in front of Stewart and get one of those laps back.
I think you're right.
Wow. Meantime, here's the 9th yellow flag. These have been kind of eventful, these restarts, haven't they?
Yeah.
And you're right, they have given Matt Kenseth, the 17 car, a lap back, so now he's going to be 2 down.
Dale Jarrett, your lucky dog, put him back on the lead lap. Well, plenty of time to get to the front.
And Tony Stewart will come in. The pit lane is open.
Now, if everybody else pits, we're going to have to figure out this Stewart penalty thing, too.
It looks like they're all pitting.
Exactly, because so far he hasn't been penalized or anything.
Bobby Labonte stays out. Newman stays out. Gordon stays out. Where's Kurt Busch? Junior stays out. I think Kurt's coming in.
Yeah, Kurt Busch is in.
And Jimmy Johnson's coming in. Now this is going to make things interesting.
This is going to get interesting.
All these guys have to stop once again. They can make it. They cannot make it from here the rest of the way.
Bold call by Robbie Loomis, though, to leave Jeff Gordon out there.
Yes, it was. Marty.
And Vinny, the 16 car of Greg Biffle can definitely make it on one more stop. Greg does not want any changes to the chassis. They call that triple Indy, that trick pit stop again. They're going to have the gas man help pull the tire to make this stop faster for the 16, Bill.
Watching the 48 of Jimmy Johnson getting fuel only. They'll top off with fuel and then send him out. The 97 will be here for a while. Kurt Busch is complaining about the same problem with the right front that they had last time. They changed right side tires. The right front is from the 2 car of Rusty Wallace, not from the set the 97 started with. Waiting on fuel. They told him we will wait on fuel. They were going to check the wheels. Then they sent him back out. Now they will look at that right front again.
And you know what, Bill? When something like that happens to a driver, you start feeling every little vibration and every little thing wrong with that race car now, anticipating that it's going to happen again or something else is going to happen.
My question is he having trouble getting fuel in the car? They changed 4 tires. Why would they be waiting on fuel?
I'll bet Bill will follow up on that. We'll come back and reset it for you in a minute. You're watching NASCAR on NBC. We have identified the debris.
Yeah, there's so much force of air coming off these cars that it blows the light cover off the light.
Wow. When it hit that 31 car, it jumped up in the air, didn't it?
It's like a sun shield over the top of the caution lights.
Oh, wow. It's just a piece of tin, but certainly it would cut a tire.
That's what it looks like.
And that one hasn't broken off yet.
But it might.
That's at the start-finish line.
So Jeff Gordon's team decides to leave him on track under this caution flag. He's one of 13 who didn't pit. Let's hear from his crew chief.
Robbie Loomis, did you keep Jeff out to put him in a better position to possibly lead the lap, those 5 bonus points?
Yeah, we need those 5 points. We came to win that championship, and that's our best shot for the DuPont Chevrolet. We're hoping to get about 20, 25 laps of racing.
hopefully maybe a caution will come out and we'll be sitting pretty.
That decision, guys, moved him from 11th to 4th in scoring.
Yeah, and I bet you the lead in the points. Yep.
Wow. Hey, you got Jimmy Johnson's now running 14th in the race, and Kurt Busch is running 24th.
All this is not going to shake down until the last lap.
It changes every 10 minutes.
Racing now at 90 laps to go. Bobby Labonte is now the leader. Tony Stewart.
We got a bobble on the restart here in the straightaway.
Jimmy Johnson ducking to the inside. He's the bottom car in that 4 wide right there.
Big time. Somebody either missed a shift or whatever, and everybody went to avoid and almost a wreck. 41 car, Casey Mears, trying to get underneath Bobby Labonte.
Somebody's going to get their heart broken on one of these restarts, because sooner or later one of these championship contenders is going to get caught up in some of this mess.
And these cars are starting to drive down in turn 1, like you talked about yesterday, Wally. Sun is going to be a problem here pretty soon.
Yeah, this is yesterday at this time. Now, it's a little bit cloudier right now than it was yesterday, but actually there would be a guy on the right side of me going into the corner, and I could not see that car for at least 1 second. That's how bad the glare was going down into turn 1.
This is for 12th place, Mark Martin on Martin Truex.
And watch this as Mark goes down the straightaway into turn 1. Glare's not too bad right now. It doesn't look like, Wally.
It's a lot worse from inside that car looking through the windshield, I bet. Dirty windshield. We can clean our cameras. Marty.
Fuel only on the stop for Mark Martin. He said, you know what, I'm just getting frustrated because we can't run long enough to tell if our car's good or not. So I can't tell you what to change when we do stop because we haven't had that many green flag laps.
Yeah, Marty, these guys have to start getting busy. I mean, I know they're trying to do everything they can to get through traffic, but with all these yellows, they're just losing every green lap of opportunity. There's a shot right there. See how bad that glare is?
You're right. Inside the car, it is better. And it's worse, I should say.
Yeah, and you got a dirty windshield. It's really, really tough right now. But as Marty was saying, you got to get some green laps. I mean, man, every time there's a yellow, you can't race anybody.
It's Mark is running 9th. Yeah, we had green at lap 131, caution at 148. Green at 151, caution at 157. Green at 160, caution at 164. Green at 170, caution at 174.
Now look at this.
Carl Edwards goes up the hill. Jimmy Johnson makes a 3 wide off the corner. Wow, that is a great race car to be able to do that.
Yep.
Talking about the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Man, that's smooth. That is smooth.
Let's see, that's going to pick Jimmy up 2 spots in that one move, so put him up to 10th now.
Every car you go by, that's 5. That's 5. More points.
And Kurt Busch is back in 18th right now. So there it is with 85 laps to go. For the race lead, here comes Newman.
Newman gonna get the spot. Matt, what is Bobby Labonte saying about his car right now?
Bobby's pretty happy with the car, and you heard him in our Discover Card countdown to green. As the 12 tries on the inside, he has not won a race since this event 1 year ago. So desperately wants to end this season on a positive note. Give this team, morale-wise, a high note going into the off-season. He won the season finale bill in 96, 97, and 03.
Well, Matt, checking out the 12 car of Ryan Newman, your race leader. He's had a problem with the handling. It's been loose, and he says he really can't drive that race car loose. He also thought he had a vibration in the brake system. That doesn't seem to be bothering him right now. The car has gotten neutral. It's gotten better. The thing about Ryan is he's very determined. He's talked over with Matt Borland about the tire wear. Matt said everything looks even, so if that 12 car gets out front, look out. He's tough to catch up there.
Well, he's got the lead now. Let's see if anybody can catch him. Ryan Newman looking for his 3rd win of this season. Started today in 7th place in the championship standings. I think I mentioned this before. He can finish as high as 6th or as low as 9th.
And these guys are up in clean air. You always hear them talking about clean air. There's no traffic around them, and that's where you're going to get your best lap times right now when you don't have anybody you have to deal with.
We better do this quick. Alan, please, cue the duck. Let's get that out of the way.
Sir, our Aflac NASCAR XL Cup trivia question for the final time this year. The last driver to win the season-ending race in consecutive years. Oh, come on, Matt just gave you the answer.
Tony Stewart.
No.
Bobby Labonte.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
I knew he was talking about one of those guys.
96 and 97. There you go.
Are we going to have tests next year, too?
I can arrange that. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Mark Martin racing for 6th and 7th place.
Mark looks like his car is a little bit better right now than Dale Jr.'s as he takes a little line through turn 4. Jr.'s going to race it hard going into 1. There's that sunspot. Mark says, man, I can't see you, Junior.
If I hit you, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Guys racing.
Pull it off. There he goes.
4th place in the championship right now. Not that that's anything disrespectful or to discredit.
We got a car on the wall up in 4. Casey Mears.
No caution.
Yep.
No caution.
Yeah, he slammed the wall pretty good, but continues on.
And you see Tony Stewart coming by them.
Right front flat tire right now for the 41.
I just want to mention that Tony Stewart served his penalty under the caution, then came back in and pitted, and he went back to 25th place, and he's trying to move up.
And he's been making some great passes. I've been watching him with one eye, and he has been making some great moves out there.
Jimmy Johnson now. So watch him as he runs in 8th place. Restarted in 14th. After getting fuel only on the caution. Another one off the pace up there.
Yeah, it looks like Jeff Burton's got trouble too.
Race a few laps, get a few more flat tires.
Everybody's keeping it on the wall.
Yeah,
maybe not.
He had damage in that crash on lap 3 or something, and now he's trying to tear up the pieces. And here's a guy that is just flying. This 2-car of Rusty Wallace. He's gone by Gordon. He's now gone by Labonte into the 2nd position.
Caution. Debris on the track from Jeff Burton's car, we believe.
Wow, yeah, like a big piece of tire.
Now
you can see why those tires pick up metal objects. When they're laying on the track and they're smoking and they're hot.
Now, how about this? 77 laps to go.
Splash and go for the end if you think it would go green that long, but I don't know.
See, they can't run 77 laps green flag, but they can run about 65 laps of green. Now, if they run 15 laps of caution, they'll be okay.
Let's play strategy here too. Jeff Gordon stayed out last caution. Does he come in? Jimmy Johnson went in last caution. Does he stay out? How many laps have we run since that last yellow? 177 to 192. 15?
I don't think I'd come in if I was a leader. Yeah,
guys are there. They're on the wall, but sometimes that's...
Yeah, but they didn't take 4 earlier, did they?
No, they didn't stop the last time.
Yeah, so they have to come in.
And on the caution before that, he did take 4.
48 guys, they're getting ready to pit. If Chad says pit...
Maybe they all come in. It looks like they're all... Mark Martin's not going to come in, though.
Left side. 4 tires.
No.
Left side.
You're right. Mark Martin stays out. Kurt Busch comes in. Johnson, Gordon, Jr. Wow.
Mark needs them 5 points.
He needs the 5 points, but he can't make it from here. He cannot make it on fuel the rest of the way. And these cars, I don't think, can make it the rest of the way. So we'll see. Just another wrinkle for the end of this thing. Marty.
Well, in Rusty Wallace's case, Alan, they're about 15 laps short from being able to make it all the way. Rusty said the car is good. Maybe we ought to consider just 2 tires here because that clean air made all the difference in the world. They're going to go with 4, though. A windshield tear off for Rusty Wallace and no chassis changes to the 2-car. Dave?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. cannot make it from here either. He's going to make a wedge adjustment, true as that is. The car really, really loose getting in. They had to pit. Matt?
Jeff Gordon says, you got to fix my center of the corner tightness. That's where I'm really losing time. 4-tire change for Jeff Gordon, Bill.
Jimmie Johnson, 4 tires on his way, races the 24 off of pit road, followed by the 8. Now, on his way, Kurt Busch, he got 4 tires, really wanted him again to take a look at that right front. That wasn't one of their best stops right there.
You know, he's complaining about that right front, but don't forget, Bill, he drove that thing in with no wheel on it. So there may be something that's either bent or damaged up there because of that wheel coming off.
And when they take that wheel off, they immediately go to look at the inside of it to see if they can tell what's causing the trouble. They're talking to the crew chief right now, continue to look at the inside of that right front wheel here on the pit wall.
And when he drove that car down pit road on the brake rotor, he might have knocked a chip out of the rotor, which would throw that whole assembly out of balance.
So he's feeling something, I think, because of that wheel coming off and him having to come all the way down pit road with no wheel on the car.
Yeah, Bill talked about that not being Kurt Busch's best pit stop. It wasn't Jeff Gordon's team's best pit stop either, because Jimmie Johnson got out ahead of him and a couple other guys he was running ahead of on the racetrack when he came in. Mark Martin did not pit. Rusty Wallace got just right side tires. How's that going to play out in this next stretch of the race? Upon further review.
Yeah, Casey Mears trying to get to the pits, and he's trying to get to the pits, and here comes Jeff Burton, tries to go underneath him and clips him. And then the right rear tire basically peels off of Jeff's car as he hits the apron. Marty.
Well, Wally, Pat Tryson got the 5 bonus points you wanted. What's the plan from now, though?
We're just, we couldn't go the distance there, so we're waiting for a caution when we go to distance, make one more stop, and try to win the race. That's what we came here to do with the Viger Ford Taurus, and hopefully it'll work out.
Mark Martin in the lead. Matt?
Robbie and Brian Weitzel talking things over. Are you gaining on the tightness?
Yeah, the car's getting better and better. He's really getting happy with it, extremely when we were up front in that clean air. We've bought Chevrolet in this race team. We're digging away and working towards that championship. That drive for 5 is on right now, buddy.
So where do you stand now from here to the finish?
We've got to get everything we can get every lap.
Fuel-wise?
We might have to make one more. Depends how many cautions they have there. We're getting great fuel mileage. Guys are doing a great job on it.
Bill. With Chad Canals, crew chief for Jimmie Johnson, how is it now?
Car's pretty decent. Obviously track position's a bit of a struggle just getting up there. Tires aren't falling off as fast as what we would like, but we'll just see what happens here. We can't quite make it yet. I don't think anybody else can either, so it's exciting, isn't it?
It is exciting. Are you excited?
Unbelievable.
Mark. Sure. I'll tell you what, this Lowe's team, these guys have done a great job all day. We had a bad pit pick, obviously, because we didn't qualify as well as what we needed to, but we'll see what happens at the end.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, you look at that.
9 points Mark has had in this deal.
With 72 laps to go in the season. Martin leads. Johnson is 11th. Gordon is 12th. Kurt Busch is 19th. And Junior's 13th.
Martin Truex Jr. right there in the second spot. Number 1 car. And Matt Kenseth's in between those two. And Matt is, 2 laps down now?
Yep. And let me just update that the first 4, Martin Truex Jr., Marlin, and Michael Waltrip. That would be Mark Martin and Martin Truex Jr. They did not pit under this caution. That's for position. The teammates. 10th spot at stake there.
Gotta go.
And Johnson just didn't move over, did he? Jeff Gordon didn't move over. And Gordon, give it to Jeff in the 24.
What was that? 10th and 11th, they just traded 4 points. Just swung between those two.
Every single car counts.
Now it's Kurt Busch. 1 point.
But that's going to change here in just a second as Gordon goes by the 12 car.
That's another 4 points if he can get by him.
So that puts him back in front of Busch. That lap anyway. And another piece of the light just came off on the straightaway.
I guess it's that piece we saw at the start-finish line earlier.
Right.
That was broken loose.
Past the start-finish line about 75 yards.
And the caution flag is out.
Wow.
Well, I guess we could kind of see that one coming from earlier, huh?
Yeah. See it laying there on the racetrack.
I got a feeling by the time we come back here next year, they'll have a different caution light set up.
Yeah. And there it's gone.
Yeah.
The one that we said was loose earlier.
We showed you that wiggling the last time it showed you it's loose. It's not there anymore.
And you don't realize how much air comes out. If you stand like in the starting stand when the car's going underneath, I mean, it's just like a blower blowing straight up. So there's a lot of air that comes off the tops of these cars, and it's just ripping these, I don't know what you call it, sun visors or whatever, off these lights.
Now then, we're getting into a situation that a lot of cars can make it on fuel. Wow.
Somebody hit this piece of metal, the sun visor off the light, and we think it might be Junior.
Probably. Boom!
Yes, he did.
Now there's oil lines and brake lines and things under that car.
Hot rubber, as in tires.
All right, you ever see Mark Martin now? He must feel like he can make it the rest of the way from here, so he is going to make his pit stop.
Junior's going to come in and get that car looked at. But Johnson and Gordon and... Where's Kurt? Did he stay out or did he come in? Kurt stayed out too.
The clean air. They want to be in that clean air, those guys, Gordon and Jimmy Johnson.
Well, one of these calls of when to pit, when to not pit may end up winning or losing somebody a championship. It's all about track position now. Marty?
Alan, that's why those crew chiefs make all the money. Mark Martin's team is going to be just a little bit short. Pat Tryson told him on the radio, we're going to have to hope for some caution laps. No changes to the chassis, though. Dave?
Lots of changes for Junior. He said, guys, give me my car back. It's still really loose. They're going to make a chassis adjustment there in the back. Air pressure as well for Junior. And hopefully that piece of debris went back out from under the car. He knows he ran over it.
Yeah, we know it went out from under the car because we saw it on the front stretch.
Looks like maybe the front is cracked just to the right side of the bumper. See, there's a crack right there under the light. I think that's where he hit it.
How about Jeff Gordon, Matty?
Basically, the situation for Jeff Gordon under green, they are 6 laps short. They need about 12 caution flag laps to make it on one more stop. So Jeff stayed out, hoping to get one more shot at maybe leading and getting those 5 bonus points. They were questioning whether to go with a gas only on this stop, but they kept him out.
So in other words, if he gets 12 laps of caution, he does not have to stop, right, Matt?
Then he can make it on one more stop.
Oh, he's got to stop again?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Well, then Mark is sitting in a pretty good position then, if that's the case.
Mark has got to be planning on going the rest of the way or he would not have stopped.
Right.
That was 67 to go, which is 100 miles for Mark Martin. We'll see where he lines up for this restart in a second. Okay, once is a freak thing, twice
it's ridiculous.
And so they're going to go around and check all those visors over the caution lights around the racetrack and make sure we don't have any more hanging loose.
You may as well just take them off.
Mr. Weber, your turn.
Well, it's going to be interesting, something to think about. You're on the outside, the very outside of your fuel window. That's Jack Roush in the hat, the owner of Roush Racing, Jimmy Fennig, the crew chief for Kurt Busch. He's talking to his spotter about how long this caution is going to be. What they're doing, Benny, is they're second-guessing themselves on not coming down pit road, and they are talking about making a pit stop late in this caution flag period. You don't want to stay out if you think it could end up costing you the championship.
Hey, Bill, you know what Jack Roush's degree is in?
What?
Mathematics.
How about that? Same as Alan's.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. I couldn't get in there fast enough.
Except Jack, he graduated the head of the class. Well, Alan, you did.
Marty.
Jack taught the class.
Bail me out here, Marty.
I can't help you on your math, Alan. That's your problem. But Pat Tryson's math works very well. They're very happy. The opposite of his teammate, Kurt Busch. They think they made the right call. And the guys checking the lights, playing right into their hands. The more caution laps they get, the more likely they can make it all the way to the end. They do not, BP, plan on pitting again today.
I didn't think so. When I saw him coming on that access road, I said, they are going to try to make it the rest of the way.
Mark is back in 23rd place now. So that changes the points picture as they run under the caution. By the way, a record-setting 11th caution here at Homestead. Look at this. Now Kurt back on top, not by much, despite the fact that he's running back in 9th position at the moment. We'll be back for the restart.
Still under caution here in Homestead, but the championship contenders are coming down pit road. They have reached their fuel window. They think they can get to the end if they top off now. So they are coming down pit road, 3 of them for what should be their final stop of the day if the race stays green and if the car stays together. Matt Yoakum.
24's in. Jeff Gordon says, free me up. They decided as well to go with tires when they're going to top this car off with fuel. After going back over the calculations, Bill, they feel like they're close, but they can make it from here.
The 48 of Jimmy Johnson has already left. He got fuel only. He was right behind the 97 of Kurt Busch. Kurt Busch and his crew chief talked it over. There's Jimmy Fennig right there. He decided we can reach the end. We're going to go ahead and put 4 tires on and send you back out. Good luck. Burns.
Same decision for the 8 crew. They also made a further wedge adjustment on the car, trying to help that car at the start of this run. But fuel for Junior, he should be good to the end.
How great is this?
And that's the way it should be. Let's decide it on the racetrack.
And they're all together right now.
That's perfect. Yes, sir.
All together.
And now they're all behind Mark Martin because he pitted earlier in the caution and he stays out now. Pat Tryson's just got to be rubbing his hands together down there. So how did we get to this point in today's Ford 400 here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway? Well, with a lot of yellow flags.
On the first lap, it starts when Hermie Sadler, the 02 car, gets bumped. Also, Mike Bliss spun in the 0.
Jimmy Johnson started 39th. He had to dodge that. And then this at lap 6. Jeff Burton. That was Boris Said who got spun to trigger the caution.
Seems like all the championship contenders have been dodging something. Here's Mark Martin.
Almost had a moment up in 3 and 4.
Almost had a wreck. Lap 93, Kurt Busch running second at the time.
Breaks a wheel and watch this tire leave as he enters pit road. Almost runs into the pit wall. Man, that's close.
I think he even brushed it there. Looking at that again.
Very close.
So then they had a messed up pit stop back at lap 113. Dropped Kurt all the way back to 26th place in line. A little miscommunication as to whether it was a 2 or 4 tire change.
Then we get Elliott Sadler gets loose. Getting off a 4. Hard into the inside wall. Ended his day.
Junior follows that closely off turn 4 and saw that spin happen.
Just missed that one, then just missed this one, Junior did, as the pack comes down on Casey Kane's spinning car.
And Junior actually got in the back of Waffle, the 06 car. There it is. Turned him in the inside wall and damaged the nose of the 8 car.
And then the strategy on top of that, the fuel mileage game that's being played now. What a race here in Homestead today. Our Napa Field summary, 11 caution flags, new record for this racetrack. Despite all those yellows, a rather low attrition rate. Just 5 cars out of the race. Quapple, Bliss, Shane Neal, Greg Sachs, and Casey Kane. Greg Biffle's done most of the leading on the day, but right now it is Rusty Wallace who's out in front with 63 laps to go.
Now, as they run, Busch is in front by 14 over Johnson and Jeff Gordon. Those cars, Johnson is running 22nd, Gordon 24th, and Kurt Busch 25th. If Kurt Busch can just keep those guys in front of him, 1 car length, 2 car lengths in front of him, he will be the Nextel Cup champion.
And what about Mark Martin's team? They must be feeling pretty good right now, Marty.
He may be in 18th, Alan, but this may be a great move. Looks like you're in the catbird seat, Pat Tryson.
I don't know about that. You know, there's guys that came down pit road with us that have stopped before they get out in front of us, so they can probably do the same thing we can. But hopefully, if it's stay green, we can get by a bunch of those. And, you know, the guys up front got to pit again, so we'll see what happens.
How many laps of caution do you need to make it to the end on fuel?
I don't know right now. We're still calculating, but not that many. Just 1 or 2 more, I hope, but we'll see.
All he told Mark under caution was, we need 1 more caution flag, and we're in. Bill?
Artie, I'm with Brad Parrott from Roush Racing, one of the top tire guys in the business. You wear many hats, so I'm putting you in the tire guy role right now. You've been looking at the wheels off the 97. Explain to us what you believe is going on.
Well, when the wheel broke earlier, we don't know what happened to that wheel. Our wheels, we buy them brand new from Aero at the beginning of the year. Maybe we should change it and go to the final 10 when we go to the chase. But what's happening is the wheel spacer is worn, and the tire is, the wheel spacer is worn, so the wheel is tightening up in the center, and that's what's causing the wheel to come loose again, and that might be why there's a vibration. That's why we came in and changed the tires right there, so we can get a fresh set on. The wheels on the car are perfectly. Everything's good with those. We'll just see what happens. Hopefully we can pull this thing out.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Tony Eury leaning over the box here. Tony, two things. Can you make it on fuel, and is it a winning car?
Well, I don't know whether we got a winning car or not, but we got enough fuel in it. And Budweiser Chevy, it's run pretty decent there. And it got a little cloudy and cooled off real cool, and the car got real loose. So we just put a little fuel in at that time, tightened it up, set to go the rest of the way. Shouldn't have to stop anymore. So hopefully the car's tight enough we can get to the front now.
I remember under this caution, they made 2 stops correcting that car. Bill?
Dave, 35 races down, just about 60 laps to go in this one. The championship undecided. Jimmy Johnson in the 48 and his crew chief Chad Canals had this discussion.
You're going to have just over 60 laps to go, man. You are going to have to get as much as you possibly can, dude. Got to beat the 97 car by about 10 spots. And there's 2 behind you.
Jimmy Johnson has won 4 of the last 5 races. Now he's racing his heart out to get as many points as he can to try and bring home the championship he has dreamed about since he was a kid in California.
Now I understand why the 97 pit stops are slow. They're having to make sure they get those wheels especially tight.
And you heard Chad there, and I think he probably built a little bit more of a cushion. It's probably a little bit less than 10 spots, but he's got to get everything he can.
Well, the way that the points work, the farther up the running order they both go, the fewer spots it needs to be. 60 laps to go, less than 100 miles at Homestead. Mark Martin 17th, Johnson 19th, Earnhardt Jr. 20th, Gordon 21st, Kurt Busch 22nd, and Rusty Wallace the race leader.
McMurray right behind him. Jamie McMurray in the 42.
Now, if this thing goes green flag from here to the end at 267, some cars will run out of fuel. Everyone will not make it.
Rusty Wallace has never finished better than 12th at this racetrack before. 1 win this season, Martinsville, Virginia, back in the spring. Now Tony Stewart, 3 wide.
Man, he's been doing that for the past 25, 30 laps.
Well, remember that black flag penalty. There's probably a little driving in
He's
anger.
on a mission. Yeah. He is on a mission.
Tony's in 9th, and he's trying to take 8th from John Andretti.
And here these guys, teammates racing again, all 3 of them.
Hey, they got by Mark Martin.
Yes, they did.
Sterling Mullen in that black 40 car.
Jeff is going to make it 3 wide down there.
He hangs in there.
Ooh. And the 48's up high.
And Johnson's even higher.
I don't think I'd want to be up there either.
Yo, look at this.
And here comes Kurt Busch going by Ken Schrader in the 49 car.
That is some hard racing right there. These guys know what they have to do right now.
It's going to be for about 16th place with Gordon and Johnson side by side. It is 16th and 17th.
Gordon trying him on the bottom again. Just can't do it.
And remember that Jeff has to finish in front of Jimmy, because he started the day behind him by 3 points, and he loses the tiebreaker if he only finishes 1 spot in front of him, so he's got to finish a couple ahead of him if they're this far back in the pack.
I think Jimmy's had the better car most of the day. He just hasn't been able to show it because he's been in traffic all day long.
Jimmy closes the front.
Oh, very loose there. Very loose.
Here comes Jeff.
And that's all it took for Jeff to get at least beside him.
Johnson decided to follow John Andretti in the 14 car through the corner, and he had to slow up a little bit. When he did, Gordon just drove up on the inside. Now Johnson drives to the inside as Rick Hendrick watches his car go down in turn 1.
There's a lot of trust between drivers right here to be able to race each other this hard, this close. You got to trust who you're driving with.
I mean, these are two cars that work in the same building.
Oh, Johnson decided not to take it 3 wide, and Gordon takes a spot away from Jimmy.
And John Andretti.
Martin taking a look. Yep, underneath Jimmy Johnson. He's got the spot too. You want to be on the inside. That's a 24 driving away from him, Matty.
Both Chad Canals and Robbie Loomis were joking around today saying if either the 24 or 48 teams wins this championship, both teams, because they are one team together, will stay over and celebrate. Robbie put on sticker, meaning brand new tires, because this weekend a lot of drivers have said sticker tires make the car more free, and that's exactly what Jeff needs to make this run for the championship.
Jeff Gordon's next car to pass will be that 25 of Brian Vickers,
which he gets a lot of help from. Brian just backs out of the throttle and makes the pass easy for Jeff, since they are teammates.
So that one position between he and Jimmy Johnson is going to put Jeff in front of Jimmy in the points, but Kurt Busch is still ahead of them overall. Kurt's running back in 20th spot right now. That's for 15th place, Mark Martin.
Yep, gonna try to take the spot from Jimmy Johnson. Boy, he's right down on the bottom. Mark's car looks pretty good, Marty.
Getting better the longer he runs. Wally, now I've never driven a race car, but there's a radio hung open in Mark Martin's cruise somewhere. So Mark hears this white noise in his ear, and it's very distracting. It's starting to bother Mark, and I'm sure that's taking his focus away a little bit from what he's having to do in driving the race car.
Yep, you got to either unplug your helmet or turn the radio off, because that is very, very distracting when you're driving a race car. Spotters are important, but you know what? I'd rather do it without a spotter than have that blasting in my ear every lap.
And right now, as we watch Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson march forward, Jeff Gordon right now 2 points behind Kurt Busch. 2 points.
There's Brian Vickers with the move over and waves his teammate Jimmy Johnson by. Now Gordon going to work on Scott Wimmer for 12. What about the leader, Kurt Busch, as far as the championship?
He has been struggling trying to get by these cars, and that didn't help anything there as the 15 and 97 made contact.
He obviously felt the 15 should give him a little bit of room. He's driving pretty aggressive there, Bill.
And if they don't give you room, Wally, what do?
You hit them.
You take it, right? Absolutely. When Kurt Busch left pit road under the last caution, he talked to his crew chief, Jimmy Fetting. Kurt said, I'm done with you guys for today. Jimmy said, just stay out there and get all you can get. He's looking at the 8, looking at the inside. Burns.
And going to the inside is Dale Earnhardt Jr. That's been his nemesis today because his car has been so loose. That's one of the reasons why they made that second pit stop under this caution, to make sure that the car was not loose, because when you get by those other cars, it gets looser. Now he's in free air, Wall.
Well, Kurt Busch passing cars, and he's got to get by Earnhardt.
That was big right there.
Yeah,
Those
there was
passes
a
you
lot
just
of
saw.
cars just in a bunch.
That's right, because he got 2 positions, and that's 6 points.
He got John Andretti and Michael Waltrip in that set of corners. And so that puts Kurt up to 19th place.
But that's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to get by these cars and get in some clean air so he can go as he takes the spot from Dale Earnhardt Jr.
That's going to change that.
And that's going to change that, exactly.
That makes it 8 points in front of Jeff Gordon.
Every single spot is so important, right? Every one of these drivers knows it now, too. They've got to drive harder than they've driven all year, these next 47 laps.
Now, Jeff Gordon, all right, let's check on the lead first. Greg Biffle is after Rusty Wallace.
Well, that 2 car has been very, very good, although the 16 has been as good. Marty, can the 16 make it on fuel?
They cannot be, P. They're going to have to pit one more time. Greg came on the radio into the last caution and said, you know what? Our only hope is if we get a caution with 25 to go, get 4 new tires and the fuel we need, that's our only chance to win the race. He's anxious to get to the front because he says, in traffic, this car is just terrible. I can't do anything with it when I'm behind other cars. And you see the trouble he's having passing Rusty Wallace, but he has a faster car.
And that's with every car, Marty, because that's just the way these cars are nowadays. You've got to be out front. You don't want anybody in front of you. If nobody's in front of you, your car works the best it ever will. But when you're in traffic and other cars are disturbing that air around you, they just don't handle as well.
Yeah, Biffle did catch Rusty in a hurry, but that's it. He's kind of stalled out there.
He's losing the nose. He can't turn down. He's trying to turn down underneath Rusty, but that air's being stolen from the front of that car, so he slides up the racetrack.
Now that helps when he can turn under him coming off the corner. He does get some air on the nose of the car. When he's falling directly behind, he's in trouble.
Matt Kenseth bailing out there, letting those cars racing for position go by him. That's a race for 4th and 5th. Ryan Newman, Bobby Labonte, 12 and 18. And also 3rd place, Jamie McMurray in the 42, just ahead of them.
McMurray's been hanging in there.
Kurt Busch has just picked up another spot. He got by Dale Jr. and Brian Vickers.
That puts him up to the 17th position.
And just turned the fastest lap.
Caution flag is out.
That is Jeff Green.
And that was big time engine failure. Saw fire under the cars.
Well, that's what Wallace and Biffle and McMurray and all those guys up front, that's what they needed.
Needed the pace car to come out and slow the field down and let them make up the ground. They were down to those guys out front. But now...
Well, I mean the guys out front that need to stop and get some fresh tires on and put fuel in.
Yeah, pit and get those cars out from in front of them.
Yep.
The question is, who is going to gamble? Who is going to stay on the racetrack and not make that pit stop?
Kurt Busch, that last was the fastest of that. That lap was the fastest for him. So right now he's got a good race car. It's working good. I would be surprised if they came in and made a pit stop.
It's going to be a minute before they can make that decision because pit road is closed. Jeff Green, when you saw him hang a left down off the racetrack, went across that pit exit road. And they want to make sure he didn't drop any oil. Somebody come off a pit road after stop and spin out, leaving the pit road.
But it may be monkey see, monkey do, too.
Yeah.
You know?
You couldn't pay me enough money to have to make some of these decisions. Professional bull riding supposed to be on NBC Sports starting momentarily. Obviously, that will wait until the end of our NASCAR coverage today, but do hope you'll stay with us as the men take on the Beast. It's Mohegan Sun Invitational after NASCAR, and of course after the championship celebration as well.
Those bulls are meaner when they're hungrier anyway, so they can wait a little while.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You've ridden one before, right?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
No.
Me either.
No.
In case you were wondering.
So who's going to pit out of this group?
Ooh, there is a lot of oil on the racetrack.
Yeah, and here's something else to think about too. As some of these guys peel off, that moves Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson and so on up to where it goes from being 3 points per position to 4 points and to 5 points per position. And then it makes the number of cars pad they have to have between themselves and Kurt Busch.
Well, Alan, if Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson don't pit, neither will Kurt Busch pit.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, but that'll move them up in the running order.
Yeah.
And then instead of being 3 points per spot
4 or
between
5,
them, right. That helps Kurt, I think. Bill?
Hey, Wally, you're dead on. It's going to be monkey see, monkey do, and that doesn't mean what you hear on the radio is exactly what these guys are going to do either.
No, that's right.
It's a lot of watch the guy in front of you. Okay, you watch the guys behind me. Let's see what happens.
Here they come. Watching for the championship, guys.
And Newman stayed on the racetrack.
Gordon
stayed on the racetrack.
Yeah.
Johnson stayed out there.
Martin stayed out. 97 stayed out, so yep, monkey see, monkey do.
Because those first 5 or 6 in the running order stayed out. Or I mean came in, and so those guys are going to pick up all that track position.
Earnhardt in 20th decided, hey, come in and get some tires. He's probably still loose. And that damage on that hood we talked about earlier may have been making that car loose because there's probably more downforce on the front of that car because of the damage.
41 to go are these pit stops. Go ahead, Marty.
Alan, your leader, Rusty Wallace, very happy with the chassis. It'll be 2 tires again, so these left side tires will stay on the 2 car once again. Larry Carter made the call. The car is excellent. He said, keep me up front if you can. Greg Biffle, however, will take 4 tires. They said they hate to give up the track position, but they have no choice on fuel. Dave?
Junior leaves his pit stall. Remember how his car was really loose? They got it tight all right, too tight. Junior really wanted to come back in and fix that. They did. They put 2 right side tires on only.
Okay.
I know what you're thinking. Go ahead, say it.
You're going to put 4 on, and you'd loosen the car up if you put 4 tires on.
Okay, I didn't know what you were thinking. I'm thinking if you're going to come in and all those other guys stayed on the racetrack anyway, why wouldn't you take the 4 tires?
Yeah.
Not that many guys came down pit road.
Because he didn't get anything on track position by just putting 2 on there.
Yeah, maybe just 1 or 2 cars at most.
BP, any thoughts?
I tell you what.
Go ahead.
They have me thoroughly confused on this
good.
situation.
That makes 3 of us then.
I can see the calculator running. It's gonna be interesting.
I mean, they're trying to do, by changing right sides, they're just obviously looking for a track position, thinking that's going to be worth more than anything else.
But they didn't get any track position.
But they're still in the middle of the pack. Their best they're going to be is about 15th.
So, they play their lot on 2 tires. Ryan Newman is going to be the new leader. Tony Stewart, remember he of the penalty in driving in anger.
And Stewart's been fast. He's been passing a lot of cars, and that car may be really fast if it gets out front in clean air.
And Dale Jarrett got the lucky dog a while ago. Doesn't pit here. He is now running 3rd.
Kevin Harvick now in 4th.
And there's Jeff Gordon up to 5th place. Bill, let's get some thinking from pit road.
Well, I'm going to try and get Jimmy Fenning. I can tell you right off the top, this is the last thing in the world he wants to do right now is talk to us. You stayed out, Jimmy. How's your car? What was your strategy there?
Right now, our car's, it's pretty good right now. We only got about 15 laps on them tires, so we're going to stay out to the end and see what happens.
It's been a wild day, hasn't it?
It's been a tough one, let me tell you.
Matt?
What a day this has been for you and this team, Robbie.
It's been exciting as can be. You know, this DuPont Racing's done a great job all day. We got the boss here with Mr. Hendrick. Glad to have him. And, you know, this life is a team sport. Just trying to get this thing done and win that championship today.
You stayed out because it's so difficult to pass here, Robbie.
It really is. And the DuPont Chevrolet gets better and better the closer we get to the front. And I just, you know, got a long way to go.
By staying out, Dave, he moves from 11th to 5th.
Matt checking in with Tony Uri real quick. Tony, since there wasn't a lot of track position to pick up, do you wish you'd taken 4?
Well, we're just so loose. We're just trying to figure out a way to get the car tightened up. And he hit that 06 in the rear there on that wreck on the front straightaway. It's got the hood and the grill and everything flattened out on it. The car's acting like it's got tape on it, and the balance is way off on the body now. So we're just trying to figure out a way to get it tightened up. Usually 2 tires will tighten it up, so that's what we're hoping for.
Didn't it get really tight in the center, though? Wasn't he having a problem with that?
Well, it's just sliding the front, but he's so loose getting in, so loose off, he can't go anywhere.
All right, there's the answer. Still working on loose, guys.
Now it's starting to make sense, isn't it, Walter?
Yeah, it's confused there for a minute. Now I'm getting a little bit clearer on it.
How about the 48, Bill?
Let's find out. I'm back here with Chad Knaus. Did you watch that 48 and that 24 run together out there?
I have no idea what you just said, but I heard you say something about the 24 car. You know, both cars are running really good right now. Hopefully we can get back up in front of them a little bit, but you know, it's up to the drivers right now at this point. Our car's pretty good. It just takes a couple of laps for it to get going. May have missed it just a little bit on air pressure. So, well, what's it going to be? 32 laps to go, something like that. When we take the green, we'll just see what happens.
Do you close one eye when the 24 and the 48 are racing side by side like that, Chad?
Those are the best 2 race car drivers out there. Why would you close your eyes there? If anybody can take care of it.
You wouldn't want to miss that, would you?
Yeah, it's good. Good. It's exciting, but you know, if those 2 are racing, it's going to be safe racing.
All right, we'll see what happens. Good luck. Marty?
Well, Bill, this may be the punch that knocks Mark Martin out of the championship chase. He has a left rear tire going down, he believes. Sterling Marlin pulled up beside him, said, yes, it is going down. Tony Glover in the pit beside them confirmed, came to Pat Trice and said, you have a tire going down. You need to pit. They're going to come down pit road and take 4 tires. They were in the perfect position, but now they'll go to the back of the pack.
Oh, man, I tell you. That's one thing you got to understand. You know, although these guys are racing, they're racing each other as hard as anybody will race in this world. Yet you're also looking out for each other. You know, you're racing a guy for points or for position, and you see a guy with the flat, and you may just go, this guy's not going to last long. But everybody watches out for each other. What a heartbreak. Tell you, whoever wins this championship definitely has earned it, especially today.
Whoever wins this championship is going to have gone through about a gallon of antacid on the pit box before the checkered flag waves.
You saw Pat Tryson just gurgling down that water when we had a camera shot of him just a little bit ago. Right now, Kurt Busch is leading the points by 1 over Jeff Gordon.
And he's running in 10th place. Jeff Gordon is up to 5th, so every spot Gordon moves forward is 5 points he gains over Kurt. And Kurt's still back a couple of spots in that 4-point range.
There it is. Well, it's 5 points.
15 to Johnson. And that hurts Mark Martin. He falls from 9th place back to 26th.
So what do? Pass every car you can.
Well,
that's what you have to do.
I mean, he had to have these 3 cars have trouble for him to win the championship anyway, so he's just trying to win the race.
But let's not write him off, because who knows what can happen in these final 38 laps. Marty?
That's true, Alan. We've seen this before, and the left rear tire for Mark Martin was indeed down. They brought it back here to the back of the pit box. They're surveying it, trying to find a cut if they can, but indeed it did have very little air pressure in it.
Yes, it did.
So Mark Martin will go way back in traffic and have to have a lot of, what was the word he used earlier? Miracle? We asked about his championship hopes today. Needs one now. NBC Monday, the usual Thanksgiving feast cooked up for Fear Factor contestants. Benny's turning his eyes.
PP, it's not that bad.
I can't stand to watch it.
New, a very special Thanksgiving edition of Fear Factor tomorrow night on NBC.
Fry them in a little oil, put a little pepper, salt on them. Tastes like popcorn.
There you go. Good for you. I'll take your word for it.
Here we go.
You've never come to dinner at my house? You don't know what I'm going to serve.
That's right. I will not be accepting that invitation. Hi, guys. You know, right now we've got to get back Ryan Newman, the leader, Tony Stewart, Jarrett, Harvick, and then Jeff Gordon. How many of these guys can Gordon pass? Can he pass any of them?
36 laps will be left in the race when the restart happens. Matt?
Alan, keep in mind the 24 was 0.2 of a second a lap faster than both the 29 and 88 cars before that caution. They feel like those 2 cars should be easy to get by. It's the 20 and the 12 they're concerned about.
Easy. Easier, maybe.
It's been an eventful day, and the championship margin is razor thin. And we come to the final 36 laps of the season. Jeff Gordon is 5th, Jimmy Johnson 8th, Kurt Busch 10th, Dale Jr. 16th, Mark Martin 26th.
The only good thing is you only got 2 cars down on the inside. There's the oil dry on the outside. The cars are running through. Makes it a little bit slick, but not too bad.
Especially on the guys that didn't pit and have the hot tires.
Yeah.
Gordon. He's going for the 29 car of Harvick. If he gets by him, he's in the lead.
Harvick's lost a couple of spots there in that restart.
Ricky Rudd got by him. That's Rudd in the 21. He's going to move up to 5th. So Jeff Gordon now runs 4th. Kurt Busch has moved up a spot. He took 9th away from Sterling Marlin. And he's right behind Jimmy Johnson in the running order.
There they are.
But he can't just rest there, because if Jeff Gordon keeps moving up, Kurt needs more points.
He's got to pass some more cars.
I'm telling you, this thing's going to come down to the last lap. Somebody's going to pass somebody on the last lap to win this championship.
Yep.
How does it look now?
Different.
4-point lead.
So that means if Jeff Gordon passes 1 car and Kurt Busch doesn't move up anymore, Gordon goes into the championship lead.
By 1 point.
Now, Gordon's got some distance right now between his car and Dale Jarrett's car.
Yeah, he got caught back in some of the traffic there trying to make that pass. What was that, on Kevin Harvick?
Right. Slowed him up just a little bit.
And the bad news, that last lap, he was slower than the first 3 cars.
Now, if these guys get to racing, Jeff Gordon will catch him, because he's in clean air by himself, and those 2 guys, or 4 guys up front, run side by side. But that was a pretty clean pass there by...
Yeah, it was on a slower car.
Yeah.
Joe Nemechek's not on the lead lap.
Trying to get hung up there.
How about this race for the lead? Tony Stewart working Ryan Newman.
This is outstanding. Tony Stewart turns under. Just could not quite get the turn well enough.
Get him a little bit loose.
Tony Stewart was the race leader on a lap 170 restart when he was black flagged by NASCAR for not stopping, weaving his car beyond turn 3 where you're supposed to knock it off. Went all the way back to 26th.
Here he comes for the lead.
And Stewart was doing everything he could to get that 12 car a little bit loose up in 3 and 4. Got the spot. Oh, and he slides up high. Here comes the 12 underneath him.
Little crossover.
That's good racing. Dave, what's Tony Stewart saying about his car?
Nothing. He's driving too hard right now, Wally. Now, they took 4 tires on a lap 200 stop. And remember, Tony visited this track while it was being reworked. Matt told us that story last year. He did so well his rookie year, winning the race here, then the year following, but that was on the old flag configuration. He's gotten to know the bank configuration pretty well.
And you really wouldn't see this kind of racing on the old configuration. This is what this racetrack was built for.
Bill, how about Ryan Newman? What are they saying?
He's in that Tony Stewart category. A little busy to push that radio button, but they have worked on this car all day, Benny. First loose, then a little tight, then working with 4 tires, and then with 2 tires, they got him out front. They caught cautions to get him in the fuel window. Now racing Stewart for the win.
And as those guys are racing,
Dale Jarrett, we might all start talking about that 88 car.
It's allowed Jeff Gordon to chop some ground down also on this front 3.
Fastest car that last lap, Jeff Gordon.
There he was.
Gordon 4th, Johnson 8th, Kurt Busch 9th. Kurt leads by about 4 points right now. That's 4 positions. Scott Wimmer in the 22 is running 7th rather, was. Johnson's got that now, and now Kurt needs to get by him to keep up. Couldn't do it. Not yet. Yikes.
Still 4 points.
And Jimmy Johnson does not want to see the 97 in his mirror. He wants to see that 97 disappear in his mirror if he's going to have a shot at beating Kurt Busch in the championship.
Kurt Busch on the inside of Wimmer takes that spot away.
Jimmy tried to put a run on Kevin Harvick. Kevin shut him off.
And Kurt knows, on the other hand, he's got to keep Jimmy Johnson in sight.
Johnson by Harvick, and that's for 6th.
The only guy he can't see the 24. Matt?
Jeff Gordon doing all he can do, trying to give owner Rick Hendrick the 6th championship as an owner. He just keyed the mic and said, guys, that's all I have. That's all I can give you right now. It is just pushing so hard in the center of the corner. Robbie said, would it help if we got the 0-1 out of the way in front of you? Jeff keyed back and said, anything would help.
And the 0-1 gets help from Hendrick Motorsports.
That's right.
Joe Nemechek.
Yeah, the MB2 team using Hendrick engines, Hendrick chassis. And Joe again running in 31st place, a few laps off the pace. This is for 7th place. Kurt Busch trying to get around Kevin Harvick. If he passes him, it's 4 more points to the good for Kurt.
Ooh, drives in there a little bit hard, Benny, and slides up the racetrack.
And I'll tell you what, we have seen Kurt Busch this year do 3 times come off these corners like this at the California Speedway and lose control, spin out by himself.
Challenge for the lead. Ryan Newman back to the inside of Tony Stewart.
And Kurt Busch trying to take by the 29 car.
Oh, wow, Newman slipped up a little bit.
But so did Tony Stewart. Bill Weber.
That 12 car's loose. That's why he slipped up. In fact, a few laps ago, he said it was too loose for him. Maybe it's getting better.
He's got the lead. That's better. And Kurt Busch got through Kevin Harvick.
Life is good for Kurt Busch right now. He's by the 29 car. He has clean racetrack in front of him. And about 8 points to play with. Yeah, between himself and Jeff Gordon.
Oh, gee, that's a comfort margin. What a day for Kurt Busch.
And he's got a clean racetrack in front of him, too. For a little while, anyway.
Way back at lap 91, he was running second. The right front wheel broke on his car. Literally came off as he was trying to get to pit road. He barely missed hitting the butt end of pit wall, but when that tire came off, it brought the caution flag out. He was able to get a new tire put on without losing the lead lap.
That was big, that the tire came off, went on the racetrack, and caused the caution flag to come out.
Might be what won him a championship. Certainly helped.
Now, you know he's doing everything he can, but I still think you'd want to know, or at least get some encouragement for the pits on, okay, am I good? How much more do I have to do? Do I have to push it harder? Am I riding in a good spot? Because I'm running a comfortable pace right now. This is one of those lot of anxiety for a race car driver in this situation right now for Kurt Busch.
So there's the leader, Newman, second place Stewart, third place Jarrett. Here comes Gordon. He's running fourth. There's Johnson, who just passed Rudd for fifth. We saw Kurt Busch come through in seventh.
There's Mark, sixth car.
Mark Martin is currently back in the 18th position. And Earnhardt Jr. is back in 21st.
So the two-tire call on that last caution hadn't worked out for them.
And right now the NASCAR folks have to be happy because the Dodge is leading, the Chevrolet is in second, the Ford is in third.
And Jeff Gordon, we heard the report from his pit a minute ago, said that's all he's got. So unless Kurt Busch starts to slip back, Jeff Gordon needs to find a way to get a little more.
Dave, is somebody going to run out of gas?
BP, it's a possibility with the 88. Now, they think they can go all the way, but they pitted last on lap 192. We've had a lot of caution, but 75 laps is still a lot to ask here. Dale Jarrett running strong in third, but I would say close on fuel. If he drops back, that could be another position for Gordon.
You know who else last pitted on lap 192? Guy leading the race.
Yeah, I just don't think the fuel situation is completely gone. I think some of these guys may run out of fuel.
Ryan Newman at 192. Tony Stewart pitted at 200.
Bill, about the 12s, can he make it?
Yeah, they said, especially with the caution laps, Benny, that they would be all right. But if there's one team you got to take with a grain of salt, it's Borland in that 12 punch, don't you?
Yeah, but then again, if there's one team that's proven they can get the fuel to the finish a lot of times, that was a story at the end of last season, wasn't it? They won all those races at the end of last year by finding a way to stay on the track and get their track position when everybody else had to come in.
All right, now Kurt Busch is taking a look at Ricky Rudd in the 21 car, and there's Biffle right behind Kurt Busch.
All right, that's 4 points for Kurt to the good.
Now, you know Biffle wants to win the race for his team and his sponsors, but does he pass?
Oh, yes. He's going to pass Kurt Busch simply because that Busch. See, there you go. Jimmy Phoenix said, let the 16 go. They realize that's not the championship move. If something were to happen later on, Biffle may have to back up. But right now, let him go. Bill?
Benny, before they went back to this green flag session, Kurt Busch said, I want to know where we're at, how many to go, what our positions are. So when Jimmy Fennick told him to let the 16 go, he knows that's okay to do. Although, I'm not sure he's going to follow instructions.
I think he will right here, because if you want something, that's his ace in the hole right there, is having somebody in front of him. So he knows at least he's got one guy that he's going to gain a position if he needs it, if it comes right down to it, before the end of the race.
Plus, trouble, Martin Truex Jr.
Right rear tire is disintegrating on that one car and blowing the quarter-pound off, and caution flag is out. This might be the break that Greg Biffle needs to win the race.
15 laps to go.
They're going to have to hurry if he's got a chance to win the race.
This is also going to close up Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, and Kurt Busch together on the restart.
And it's going to make things frantic. Just frantic in the final laps.
I think Jimmy Fenning is... he's had it. He wants it to be over.
He's aged...
Staying out. We only got 15 laps to go right there. Staying out.
He's aged a dozen years in a day.
Yeah.
The other thing I was thinking about when they let the 16 go, when Kurt Busch let Greg Biffle go, I think they maybe also felt like that Biffle had enough speed to go up and catch Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon, and if he could put them another spot farther back,
well,
that's...
You know what? Biffle's going to be... He's going to be roughing it up right now with Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon, because those two cars are directly ahead of him, and you know Biffle's going to race them hard.
And he should have better tires on his 16 car than those cars have.
12th caution flag. Check that, 13th caution flag of this race.
It's like Truex is already slowing down. He feels like he's got the flat going into turn 3, and there's where the tire completely comes apart. Look how much damage a tire coming apart. Is that unbelievable?
Was running in 18th place at the time. Mark Martin on pit road. Marty?
The theory, Alan, they really didn't have much to lose. 4 tires and fuel for Mark. He's pretty happy with the chassis, but obviously very upset with where they are on the racetrack and in the championship standings. Car's been pretty good, but they will not win the championship today. Dave?
Junior's car is chattering the left front in the corners. They're going to make a track bar adjustment. Also put a spring rubber in the right rear to try to correct it. Junior thinks there's something wrong with the car. His crew thinks they can fix it and make it pick up a few positions before this race is over. Left side tires going on, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. leaves pit road.
22 laps of racing on that last run. So we'll see if the fresher tires are worth a lot to Martin and Junior.
Oh, I think they will be, but you still have all this traffic, and we've seen all year long track position is so important. Clean air is important. He'll get a bunch of cars, but I think he'll be able to drive it to the front.
And we saw the one car, the tire disintegrate below the quarter panel off. Did any metal debris get on the racetrack that some of these cars might have run over and punctured the tire? We talked about bad luck at the very top of the show. A flat tire now would be disastrous.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon had that. Remember, he had the left rear tire get cut down riding around under the caution flag earlier. So they'll be anxious about that. And they'll be anxious about everything for about the next 25 minutes.
Yes.
But these caution flags should take the fuel question out of the mix.
There's all the debris.
So we're going to have less than 10 laps to go when this race restarts, which means it's going to be a single file restart with just the lead lap cars up front. So there'll be no lap traffic in between any of these championship guys.
I'll tell you, it is going to be the trophy dash of all trophy dashes.
a little $5 million pot there.
Yeah.
Jeff Gordon running 4th, Jimmy Johnson 5th. It's not enough. Kurt Busch is 7th. To overcome 12 points, Jeff Gordon needs to pick up 3 spots. He basically needs to win the race.
Can you do it, Matt?
BP earlier this weekend, Jeff Gordon told me that he isn't going to be concerned during the race about numbers. He'll leave that up to crew chief Robbie Loomis and Brian Weitzel on top of the pit box. But on lap 252, 2 laps ago, that changed.
What we got, I know I got Jimmy behind me. Where's Kurt? Jimmy, Biffle, then Kurt. Got to finish like 6 or 7 positions ahead of the 97, right? You got to win. A win will do it for you. Just get everything we can do.
The question that Jeff Gordon is asked most often, will you reach 7 championships, tying the King, Richard Petty, and the late Dale Earnhardt? His answer always, I have to get to 5 first. That looks like it's going to be a difficult task here today, but BP, we've seen it happen so many times. This driver pull out a great drive and end his day in victory lane. That's what he needs this afternoon.
I tell you what, you got 10 laps to go, and you want to win the race? I don't know of a driver I'd rather have in my race car than Jeff Gordon.
But they're all thinking about points. I mean, they all say, well, we're going to go out and race and da-da-da. Right now, at this point in the game, they're all thinking about and talking to their crew chiefs about where they've got to finish and where they got to be. And there's that battle we talked about earlier. It's even worse now.
Boy, how do you fix that?
You don't.
Got to rehang the sun, and I don't think we can do that.
Yeah. Let me just, they got the cleanup done a lot faster than I was expecting, so this is going to be a double file restart with 11 to go.
But, you know, last time there's only 2 guys pulled up on the inside, so hopefully you know, we won't get any more cars because we got guys 2 laps down, 8 laps down, all kinds of stuff. They don't need to be up there, I don't think, if they're more than 2 laps down.
Yeah, there's nobody 1 lap down.
Here comes Nemechek. He's going to drive up there.
See, he's 4 laps down. I don't see the reasoning for this other than he's racing one other guy, which is Martin Truex, who's out. So I don't see what the point is. And that's good. Yeah, they just waved it off.
Yeah, wave the restart off.
Why not just wave it off until there's 10 to go? We don't need a car on the bottom making up.
Yeah, but they've already given the double up signal, so it's going to be a double file restart.
I wish they would do that.
I agree with you though, Wally. What you're saying, there's no need for any of the lap cars to pull up to the inside. Let these guys race for the championship.
Guys, sanity ought to prevail. Somebody go tell Joe Nemechek's crew, get behind these cars. You have nothing to gain by being up there, and we have a lot to lose by you being up there.
Don't be a reason for the, outcome of this championship because of a wreck or something like that.
Well, Bill, Jeff Gordon, if Kurt Busch runs where he is now in 7th, Jeff Gordon has to win to take the championship from him.
You're right, and if Mark Martin was the sentimental favorite among the drivers, certainly Kurt Busch, as crew chief Jimmy Fennick, the sentimental choice among crew chiefs in this chase. He's a racer through and through, started out as a driver, that didn't work out, so he made the switch to working on short track cars in the Midwest. In the early 80s, he set up a short track car for the great Bobby Allison, a future Nextel Cup Series champ. Bobby liked the setup so much, he asked Jimmy to come south with him. So Jimmy and his wife Connie packed up everything and moved from Milwaukee to Charlotte, North Carolina. It lasted about 3 months before Jimmy said, "This isn't for me." He and Connie went back to Wisconsin. He continued working on the short tracks. In 85, he hit the ASA circuit with a driver named Mark Martin. In 86, they won the championship. In 87, Mark went to driving Busch cars. Jimmy came back to Bobby Allison. And in 88, Allison and Fennick won the Daytona 500. When Allison got hurt in 88, Fennick said he would stay with the organization until they closed the doors, which they did in the late 90s, and Jimmy reunited with Mark. This is his 3rd season with Kurt Busch. Jimmy's fan club is watching today at BB Rubbles on the south side of Milwaukee. And Freddie, if you're listening, Jimmy said, put a cold one on the bar for him. He might be drinking it after the race.
And you see the animation that Jimmy Fennick had? I'm almost guarantee he was saying, get that 01 car out of the way.
Oh, absolutely. I don't understand that. Not like Joe.
NASCAR just issued over its race control radio a warning to the 01 team to be respectful of those racing for the championship and the win around them. 10 laps to go.
There goes Gordon diving to the inside of Jarrett, inside of Tony Stewart.
And he's got Nemechek down on the bottom. He's going to be blocked.
And Biffle to the inside by Johnson, looking for a spot on
Joe. Blocked. He turns Joe. Gets Joe sideways.
And here comes Kurt Busch diving for the bottom.
Great move. Great move by the 24. Biffle can't make it happen that time.
9 laps to go. Jeff Gordon is 4th. Jimmy Johnson is 5th.
Biffle tries to look on the outside. He's there. Outside of Jimmy Johnson. Takes the spot.
Big help for Kurt Busch.
Yep.
Now Kurt running just a couple of spots behind Johnson.
If Kurt Busch, the 97 car, if he can stay there, the championship is his.
Kurt lost the spot on that restart. Brendan Gaughan got by him, the 77 car, the yellow machine there.
And there goes Biffle on the outside of Jeff Gordon, takes that spot.
So Greg Biffle on the opening lap of the race yielded to Kurt Busch. They started on the front row together, let Kurt lead a lap for 5 bonus points, and now he's helping out his teammate in another way.
And now Kurt can see the 2 guys in front of him. He can see Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson.
Well, maybe not right now down the front stretch.
Nobody can see anything down the front stretch, but now he can see him.
Yeah.
Brendan Gaughan in between. Brendan will probably let Kurt Busch go.
So close. And it's got to be so agonizing for Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson to look in that rearview mirror and see that 97 car hanging with them.
There, Kurt Busch goes on the inside of Brendan Gaughan. He'll take that spot away. perfect spot for Kurt Busch. There's a 48-24 directly in front of him.
See the competition.
Kurt to 7th. What a rally for this 97 team in this race from the big problems they had earlier back at lap 91. Fell all the way to 28th at the time. Then had another long pit stop, fell to 26th. And they've come back into the top 10.
And he's come back a few times this year. Those guys have turned their day around.
Kurt Busch is saying, please let this be over.
Biffle taking a look underneath Jarrett for the 3rd spot.
Biffle might end up winning this race.
Yeah, I was going to say, he is flying right now.
4 laps to go.
He's got the spot.
A lot of ground to make up to catch Newman and Stewart, but boy, he is hauling. Greg Biffle's led the most laps today. And right now, all eyes on the championship. And Kurt Busch in position. But remember, this race last year, Bill Elliott had the race won on the final lap. Blew a tire. By the time he came across the finish line, he'd lost 33 points.
And it's not like we haven't seen some flat tires today.
There's only 19 points between the top two. Now Ryan Newman,
the leader.
Caution flag is out.
We're going to have a green-white checker.
Sure looks that way.
The race leader, Ryan Newman, right front.
Yep. Another right front tire. Just talking about it. Not over till it's over. He wishes it was over.
Jimmy said, please let this be over.
No kidding.
And he's only 20 years old.
He'll feel like he's 100 by the time this day's over. So the race leader with 4 laps to go, less than 4 laps to go, winds up in the wall.
Ever see Ryan Newman, the 12 car, going down in turn 1 and the right front tire goes flat, and in that safer barrier he goes.
Oh man.
Not another restart.
Okay, calm down. It'll be okay.
But now the green-white checker, does the fuel situation come into play now? If we run extra overtime, more laps.
We won't run many more laps than normal.
All right, now, Stewart, get your weaving out of the way here.
If you're new to NASCAR, what we're talking about with this green-white checker thing, if the race comes to its scheduled distance, which in this case would be 267 laps, and it's under caution, then they'll run extra laps, overtime, we're calling it. They'll throw when the track is clean and race ready, they'll throw the green flag, they'll race a lap, throw the white flag, which is the signal for 1 lap remaining in the race, and then come around to the checkered flag.
But if the cleanup takes 5 laps, so be it, because now, as you see them on the racetrack, they're not in a big hurry to clean this up because they know they're going to green-white checker. Who is in the front? Tony Stewart, Dale Jarrett, are they the ones that may be iffy on fuel?
Stewart pitted at lap 200.
Dave?
They just asked Dale Jarrett on the radio, fuel pressure still good, buddy? And Jarrett said it just started to drop a little bit.
He came back from a lap down.
Not where you want to be and run out of gas on the restart.
No.
Sitting in 3rd spot.
Well, not where you want to be is Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson and Kurt Busch behind the guy on the restart that might
Anybody
be running out of fuel.
Him. Yeah.
That might stumble, that's right.
Now Jeff Gordon knows that right now. Or they'll tell Jeff and Jimmy, hey, 88 is low on fuel. Be careful on the restart. Keep your eye on him.
Bull riding coming up on NBC Sports after NASCAR. But it's going to be a bit, because we've got plenty of action still to come from here in South Florida.
When did Tony Stewart stop the last time?
200.
Lap 200, huh? Yeah, he should be able to make it okay, I think. Weber, they're nervous time down there, isn't it?
Yeah, what do you think Jack Roush is thinking right about now, BP?
Oh, man.
You know, he tried so hard to win the championship in this series. He thought he was going to win it in 1990 when Mark finished 26 points behind Earnhardt, had that 46-point penalty earlier in the season. Then last year battling, or 2 years ago battling with Mark and Tony Stewart, then finally winning it last year, Matt Kenseth, in runaway fashion. And Robbie Reiser, Matt Kenseth's crew chief, told me Jack really didn't appreciate winning the championship until they were having dinner Wednesday night of championship week in New York, when he looked up from the meal and told everybody, this is pretty neat. Now Jack Roush, who took forever to get his first championship, is looking at the possibility of back-to-back championships. The cat in the hat could be a very happy man tonight.
I talked with Jack earlier this weekend and said, you know, you've got a 2 out of 5 shot. You've got 2 cars out of the 5 that have a chance for this championship. He turned his back and said, I don't even want to think about it. Walked the other way.
You know, Jack knows how to win championships.
Yeah.
Won a lot of championships, a lot of other racing divisions, and he's a very hands-on car owner.
Mark Martin back in 14th place, going to come up short unless something really strange happens in his championship bid this year.
This is going to have to be really weird.
And 2005, Martin's last full season of competition on the Nextel Cup circuit. He'll have to try again.
But he did pick up 1 spot. He is 4th spot in the points, 1 up 1 on Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'm not ruling out the really weird here.
Yeah.
Well, me either.
And for Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 2nd-generation racer, whose father is a 7-time champion, Jr. able to share a couple of NASCAR Busch Series titles with his dad. And it looks like his bid for his first Nextel Cup title is going to come up shy this year. 6-win season, not bad.
Yeah, they just haven't had the consistency. When they were on, they were on. I mean, they smoked everybody. But when they're off, they seem to be really off.
Yeah. Like today, they've struggled today trying to find the handle on this car, currently in 22nd position.
Junior talked about coming into this weekend, taking a lesson from the Boston Red Sox, saying we should know from watching them anything's possible, any kind of comeback. He's going to need a real big one here. He's in 22nd place with just a few laps to go.
All right, the signal has been given. 1 lap to go. That's going to be a green flag on 269. Matt.
BP, Jeff Gordon, 4-time series champion, starts in the 4th position. Robbie Loomis just told him, a win can still do it for you, meaning the championship. Go after it. He says 10-4, we'll do it.
Dale Jarrett is down low on the banking.
88 says he's tight on fuel.
And maybe...
Just barely, but fuel pressure's down to 3 right now.
Fuel pressure down to 3 pounds.
Maybe going to be a problem here on this restart.
I'm running out of full it all now.
Okay, well, that's really the best thing that can happen right now for Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson, not Dale Jarrett, of course, but...
He's out of gasoline.
Yeah.
We didn't come to points race.
That's Mike Ford, the crew chief. So, they got to get Dale Jarrett's car off the track before they can restart the race.
I don't think so. I don't think he's going to coast to pit road.
That's what I mean. So they're going to have to... They should be extending this caution, because there's no way he's getting back.
I don't think there's any access roads either back there. You can...
31's going to come up and push you there.
There you go.
41's going to push you here. The 88 slow.
That'll help. So we are coming to the green. A 2-lap race for the win and for the championship. A little overtime. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch behind Tony Stewart and Greg Biffle. Who wins and who wins the title?
Tony brought him down. Pretty nice. Here they go.
Gordon looking for second on Biffle.
With Biffle.
And Biffle looking for the lead on Tony Stewart. Johnson 3 wide to the outside.
How about that move for Biffle? Hung on to it and took the lead at the same time.
And Kurt Busch making sure they all don't end up in a smoking pile.
Jimmy Johnson second. Jeff Gordon trying outside Tony Stewart. Will he get it? I think he will when he gets down on the straightaway. Got the momentum.
White flag, 1 lap to go. Look at this. Kurt might get challenged by some of these guys coming up behind him.
He certainly doesn't need to lose those positions.
Johnson to second. Jeff Gordon third. Kurt Busch in fifth and trying to hang on to that spot. If he stays there, he wins the title.
You may see a Hail Mary here by the 20 car, right on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon. Don't think he can do it.
Checkered flag is up. Greg Biffle wins the Ford 400 at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon finish second and third. It's not going to be enough. Kurt Busch is the 2004 NASCAR Nextel Cup Series champion.
We did it. I'm going to come and get you by the end of pit road. Everybody come with me on the track and push me.
What a relief.
Wow. That's all I can say.
That's good stuff.
Wow.
Doesn't get any better than that.
8 points.
He had all, man, it's hard racing.
I think Mr. Weber's wandered in the middle of the celebration there.
With the championship crew chief, Jimmy Fennick just got a handshake from Chad Knaus, Kyle Busch. They're partying at BB Rebels for you. Congratulations, you're the championship-winning crew chief.
I'll tell you, this is a championship team. That's a championship driver. I mean, it's awesome to be here.
We talked earlier in the garage this morning. You said you felt you could do this. You had the car to do it. A handshake from Robbie Loomis.
I'll tell you, these guys, they did not quit. We had trouble, everything else, but we came out, and Kurt Busch is awesome. He is a champion.
Go celebrate, Jimmy.
Thanks, guys.
They call him one of the most loyal and one of the most faithful crew chiefs in the garage. He stays with an organization even though he's had offers to go elsewhere. Jimmy Fennick will celebrate with his crew and his driver here in Homestead.
Little high five there in the car from his teammate Greg Biffle.
Which did, by the way, a great job on that last lap. He got hit and then made the pass for the win. Very strong.
So the chase for the championship is over, and here's how it ended up.
8 points.
Man, that's 2 positions.
And second and third finished. Second and third on the racetrack.
That 8 points would have been 2 positions if Kurt Busch would have fallen a couple of spots in those final laps, or if Jimmy Johnson could have passed Greg Biffle.
I'll tell you what, I know a lot of people like Kurt Busch and a lot of people don't, but you know what? He drove his heart out this year, and my hat's off to him because that's a tremendous job. They had a ton of pressure on them these last 5 races, and especially today, and they pulled it off.
I'll tell you what, he is one terrific race car driver. Jimmy Fennick says he is a wheel man.
He proved it today.
Yes, he did.
Jimmy Johnson finished second in the race and second in the championship. Dave?
With him now, he's already been spoken to by his fiancée Chandra and by Chad Knaus. 8 points short, my man, but the comeback you guys made, this chase was fantastic.
No, it is. I mean, we're definitely disappointed we didn't win the championship, but you know, if we look back 4 or 5 weeks ago, thanks, Loomis. If we look back 4 or 5 weeks ago, we weren't even in the chase. So this team, the support from Lowe's and all their employee owners, the support from everyone at Hendrick Motorsports, the engine shop with the loss of Randy Dorton, management with the loss of Jeff Turner, the whole complex with John Hendrick and his 2 daughters, the 2 pilots, and then also Scott Latham's wife, Scott Latham being killed. With it's kind of babbling, but just with the loss of so many people that were there, it's amazing that we were able to finish where we did and to have the comeback that we did. And man, I wish we could have got the job done, but you know, we can go to bed tonight knowing that we gave 100%. We did everything that we could, and we just came up short. So we'll come back next year and try harder.
The best Jimmy could have done for himself today was to win. He came very close to that. Matt?
It's been an emotional roller coaster for the entire Hendrick organization, and Jeff, you missed the championship by 16 points. You were looking great there at one point with that last restart.
Yeah, you know, we gave it every effort we had. We had a couple opportunities. We had several opportunities throughout the day, and you know, that flat left rear really got us behind, and we fought all day long. Really proud of Robbie and the guys for the type of race car they gave me. It started out tight, and thank you, buddy. Good try. Appreciate it. We struggled. You know, a little bit there at the beginning and got better and better, and you know, those last couple of restarts we had a shot at least to win. I don't know if that was going to win us the championship, but you know, in all, it was a great day, great year for the DuPont Chevrolet team. I want to thank DuPont, Pepsi, Quaker State, GMAC, Lay's, Goodyear, you know, everybody, Haas, EDS, everybody that makes it happen for us. very fortunate, and Chevrolet, proud of them for winning the Manufacturers Championship. And I just want to say congratulations to Kurt Busch and Roush Racing. They did a great job all year. They deserve it.
He finishes third here at Homestead.
Matt, meantime in victory lane, Greg Biffle is here after having won the Ford 400 this afternoon. And what a terrific pass at the end. And a lot of water being thrown his way, as well as water bottles. And a lot of confetti in the sky. Tell me about the pass on Tony Stewart and the contact with Jeff Gordon.
Well, I just, man, I almost hit Tony there. He must have ran out of gas on the restart. And, it's been a long year. And I'm going to miss a good friend of mine, Randy Dorton. And I want to dedicate this win to him and all those guys. Congratulations to Kurt. And these 16 team and me as a driver, we got something to prove next year. And, man, it's just really good. And the soldiers, man, they've just done so much for our country. And we think about them all the time. And General Schultz here this weekend and everybody. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. And just exciting. Good day for Roush Racing. And, man, I wish my family and everybody could be here with me.
A high five from Matt Kenseth, and to present the Ford 400 trophy, Edsel Ford.
Congratulations. What a race. Most deserving. Congratulations on winning the Ford 400 this weekend. You did a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And he said he kept his eye out for his teammate as long as he could, but at the end, I had to win the race. Matt?
Marty, the sentimental favorite coming into this chase by so many drivers and so many fans was Mark Martin. Mark, where do you even begin to describe your day?
Man, it was a great effort by the Viagra team, man. They did a great job. We had a pretty good car. We put ourselves in a position to be a contender there, and then we had a flat tire under the caution, so I'm not going to say it was bad luck. If it was bad luck, we'd have had that under the green. But, with the way things turned out, the best we could have done was fourth, and we did that. I'm real proud and honored to work with these guys, and I'm also honored to just be racing with these great young drivers out here. I'm going to be watching them for a long time to come.
And your friend Jimmy Finnick finally gets the championship trophy as a crew chief.
Oh, man, it's the greatest. So Jimmy and I, most people don't know it, but we won an ASA championship in 1986, and we worked together in 85, 86, that long ago. Both of us were racing in the short tracks in the Midwest, dreaming of coming back NASCAR racing, and I'm really, really happy. Jimmy deserves it.
And this guy deserves it too. He has one more shot, Dave. He retires at the end of 05.
With Dale Earnhardt Jr. now. Junior, wasn't your day. A lot had to happen behind you, and it just didn't.
Yeah, well, and the car was really good at one point, and from there on out, it's the worst car I ever drove. Something in the brakes was, every time I mashed the brake pedal, it was shaking the car was spinning out, getting in the corner. Just real frustrating. I mean, the year was great, and we were a long shot coming in today, so my expectations were just to have a good time, have a good day, had a decent car in practice, so I was expecting to run to kind of decent, and really, really frustrating how the car ran. Real frustrating how it gets that way and we can't seem to fix it. We got to figure that out. I don't know what to do, but we just got to get better, But congratulations to Kurt. I'm real proud of them guys. I mean, he's a fun guy to race with. It was an honor all year long to race with all them guys in the series. Thank you.
Like Junior said, a great year. Alan?
And welcome to the Nextel post-race show. Our coverage now of the championship presentation of the inaugural Nextel Cup Series trophy. Bill Weber.
Well, Alan, this race was 400 miles and the season 36 races long. But it's been a much longer road to the championship for 26-year-old Kurt Busch. Started driving in the Southwest Tour Series for Star Nursery after promising driver Chris Trickle was killed in a drive-by shooting. Took that team to the top. Was discovered by Jack Roush, moved to the Truck Series, then got his opportunity in the Cup Series. It's his brother Kyle Busch, who had a shot at the Busch Series championship this year. They are a family of racers. It's their father that led them on this road. And now it's time for Kurt Busch to climb out of the car and celebrate his championship. Car owner Jack Roush ready for his second championship celebration. And here comes Kurt Busch in front of his fans, friends, and crew at Homestead. The 2004 Nextel Cup Series champion. He won the chase. He doesn't care how heavy it is. He could hold it forever.
Who are you? You're not part of my team.
I'm just here to hang out with you. Kurt, congratulations. You're the 2004 Series champion.
Unbelievable deal. This is what a team does to win a championship. They persevere on a day such as this. All year long, we've done things like this. Whether we put ourselves in a hole or whether we had a small problem, I just can't believe we were able to overcome all of that turmoil today.
Tell me about, first of all, the right front wheel.
Again, it had a big vibration those last 50 laps, and it held on. But I'd like to put a cap on today and move on to what we did this year as a team, which was unbelievable. And this championship is for Jimmy Fenning. I can't believe it. For our team, for everybody that's put work into this car, Jimmy's done the deal. And that's why I'm choked up, is because there's heavy hearts in the NASCAR community with what we had to go through a few weeks ago. And with Hendrick and the problem they had. I love them truly, and I want to donate anything that I can from this championship to them. And my little brother was affected by this, so it hit home for us. So unbelievable.
His brother drives for Hendrick Motorsports in the Busch Series. A refreshing drink and a deep breath. It'll take a while to set in, but you'll have a big celebration in New York with these hard-working guys up here on stage, won't you?
It's unbelievable for our sponsors and everybody that gets a chance to come to New York.
And that Jack Roush guy?
Unbelievable. Jack is just a true competitor. He is a racer from the word go, and that's what I modeled myself after when I got to this point. And he's helped me get to this point. I was so far behind in 2001, made so many mistakes. My sponsor stuck with me. We got some great associate sponsors, and we pulled through.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Bill.
Kurt Busch, at 26 years old, the 2004 Nextel Cup Series champion. The trophy presentation when we come back to Homestead. You're watching the NASCAR Championship on NBC. And on stage here, Mark Martin and Jimmy Fennig shaking hands. He just shook hands with Kurt Busch. We're on stage here in Homestead with NASCAR President Mike Helton and championship-winning driver Kurt Busch. Mike?
Jack Roush, Jimmy Fennig, Kurt Busch, on behalf of everybody at NASCAR, job well done. Congratulations. You guys get the inaugural Nextel piece. We're proud of you, and congratulations, guys.
Go ahead and hold it up there. Go ahead. There's the trophy. And now here's crew chief Jimmy Fennig coming over to help. And now Kurt and Jack and Jimmy, we're with Tim Donahue from Nextel, and he has something else I think you're going to want to hold. Tim?
Kurt, congratulations.
Getting a handshake from Jeff Gordon.
Congratulations, Kurt. One heck of a year. You just drove your heart out. You were competitive all year. I'm delighted on behalf of the 18,000 Nextel employees across this country to present you with your check for $5,200,000.
That's a big check, but it's pretty light. Tim, you have one more presentation for us here, don't you?
I do indeed. We have a winner here who chose Kurt as the winner for the chase for the Nextel Cup. Patrick Beal from Sweetwater, Texas. You have won yourself $250,000. Congratulations. Congratulations, Patrick.
So a wild season, a new point system, and a championship race that came down to the final lap. And Kurt Busch, Jimmy Fennig, and Jack Roush and company celebrate in Homestead.
And the final margin after 14,456 miles of racing that started February 15th at Daytona.
Yeah, there are people that were against this thing, the point system when it came out, but they've got to be crazy after watching it this year and watching this race today.
This season was fantastic, and today's race, unbelievable.
Came right down to the last laps of the season, and congratulations to Kurt Busch, 26 years old, Las Vegas, Nevada, the 27th NASCAR champion of its top series. Mark your calendars in a couple of weeks, December 5th, the NASCAR Awards Special, and stay right where you are. It's the Professional Bull Riders Mohegan Sun Invitational next on NBC. Greg Biffle wins at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon finish second and third. It's not going to be enough. Kurt Busch is the 2004 NASCAR Nextel Cup Series champion.